Doesn't mean any storms south of that couldn't affect the actual town itself. That'll be in 6 minutes. As we go down the line here, Twin Arches, it'll be there in 20 minutes. Station Camp School at about 25 minutes. So take shelter immediately if you're in this area, because there could be a potential tornado drop out of this storm since there is a rotation embedded in that. And going back toward it, and I'm going to give it some motion here for you so you can get an idea how it's moving. And it's moving so fast too. That's the last 3 hours. Let me bump this down to an hour for you so you can see the progression of it and direction that it's moving. There we go. There have been a few lightning strikes, but lightning is not the biggest concern. You notice there, it's the wind, and not just tornadoes, but a potential for the wind to be straight line and damaging. Could be up to 60 miles an hour or greater, even without a tornado. And you notice the velocity, the speed of these storms, moving anywhere between 40 and 55 miles per hour. That's definitely going to be a big concern of causing some damage around that area. So let's look at that velocity again. That's pretty clear on what we're noticing with that storm system. And the possibility right now it's outside of Jamestown. You can see that conjunction there. This is, I'm going to get an arrow so you can see what I'm pointing at. Right there, you see that? That is showing toward an extreme velocity going toward, and this is going away, or toward the site. This is going away from the site. So right here, there could be a spin going right around, a broad circulation, and it would be right here in this area that we could possibly see something on the ground if it does drop toward Jamestown. Now that tornado warning, let me go ahead and highlight it again for you to let you know how long it's for, till 6:45. So we have another 50 minutes if it does stay. I mean, they have dropped them if it goes below severe limits, if the indication is that it's certainly not as strong as it has been before. Now the rest of us, we're still watching that line, and it hasn't even made it over the plateau yet. So in the valley, you may have gotten a couple of sprinkles here and there, but the night is young, and this is a big field of moisture that's trying to move in, and it seems to be expanding somewhat, especially southward. Look at that mess. That's real strong to heavy thunderstorms. Some of them have been producing tornadoes, others have not, but there have been definitely a bigger risk that we could see some of that happening a little later on tonight, even more so than we're happening now. Now, what's the severe risk? When you get to level 2 and level 3, what do those levels mean? Well, we have them. Level 1 is the least, really, the one that we're not as concerned about, and it's in green there. But what we're showing is level 2. Oh, darn it, go back and do that. Level 2 and level 3. Level 3 especially, which includes the southern counties down toward Ray, Meigs, McMinn, Monroe, numerous thunderstorms could be severe and very persistent. A lot of times we'll get these storms, they'll last 15 minutes or so and that'll be it. Could last longer. Few intense storms too, which means intense of 60 mile an hour or greater wind speeds. Tornadoes are certainly possible. And usually you get some reports of wind damage in that field where we have a level 2 severe risk to level 3 severe risk. So here is the way the field looks. Brown, likely, that's level 3, and it includes Knox County. And then you got significant severe risk, and that is in the zone that includes Spring City back toward Athens. That's where it could get the roughest because it's closer to that core of where the storms are going to be the most severe. Check that out. Extreme, that's level 5 risk, and that's where we've been seeing potential tornadoes and also verifiable tornadoes that have been spotted, that have been verified, and that's all the way down into parts of Louisiana, just barely, that could be in that risk, certainly Mississippi. As it shifts eastward, Atlanta, just on the outskirts of that, still in that significant red risk, which we are in here. So that's what I wanted to highlight for you to let you know what we have in store for this evening. That tornado warning is continuing. It hasn't shown signs of changing just yet. And Jamestown, it's right on top of you at this time. Let me go back and see what the new warning has said. That's severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be till 6:15 Central Daylight Time. That severe thunderstorm is outside of Spencer. It could have 60-mile-an-hour wind speed, quarter-size hail, and it is moving pretty rapidly at about 45 miles an hour toward the northeast. But we're more concerned when it comes to tornado warnings right now, because it's a possibility of a damage, and also extreme possibility that it could cause some life issues too associated with that. Here's the velocity signature again. It's still very pronounced, and it looks like the path, or the place where a tornado could possibly be, would be just to the north of Jamestown at this time. So you want to make sure you take shelter. It's a very dangerous situation if there would be a tornado on the ground. It's shifting because it's right on the edge of the different radar screens. You notice how the colors flip-flop? Well, this is the radar here in East Tennessee. So if I show it, it's showing down toward Jamestown, the velocity, which means it's moving toward the radar site, and then away is the red, and that is picking up the raindrops. That's how we're able to see it. The individual raindrops themselves and the directions they're getting blown due to the wind, and the wind is circulating within that particular storm in the upper levels. You get a signature like this. It doesn't always produce a tornado to the ground. I just want to remind you of that. But it's better to be safe than sorry and heed the warning just in case. And I'm sure if we ever had one spotted, it would be reported immediately, and we'd let you know that there is one. So take shelter if you haven't done so in Jamestown, especially northern part of Jamestown, and the areas around that too, because those storms are severe. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down south, down toward Ray County. So those storms are going to be moving in very soon into Meigs and eventually into McMinn County, and we'll have to watch to see if any of those end up being severe in and of itself. Okay, let me look at the latest on the tornado warning. It's still active. Radar indication. Right now it's over more rural areas, which is good. It's moving northeast still at 55 miles per hour. That is really going. I'm going to take these off so I can track this storm out and you can see it better on what you may end up having over the next hour or so as the storm continues to move to the northeast really fast. That's 55 miles an hour. That is hauling. So it'll be in and out pretty quickly. That's why you have to take shelter as quick as you can, because a lot of times, you can run out of time. May not be able to get there fast enough since they're moving so fast. So let me go ahead and track this one out that is near Jamestown, because that's the one that has the potential tornado. There it is. And I'm going to show you where it's going to be and how long it's going to take to get to those locations, especially moving that fast. Now this is just that particular storm, not the others. Some of the others are moving nearly as fast too. And the thing is, they're moving fast, but the actual line that they're embedded in isn't moving as fast. You got to remember that. That's why we're going to deal with this throughout much of the night. So here's some of the places it'll be. Sharp Place at about 6 minutes. Speck at about 15 minutes. Oneida, if it stays active, it's going to be there within 30 minutes time. And then Scott County Hospital within 30 minutes time too. And that's why you have to really take shelter quick as you can, because it's going to get there pretty fast. Also, just stay informed, even if you're not in those areas, of what is happening this evening, because this may not be the only one, certainly not the last severe thunderstorm warning that'll be issued. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning continues for Cumberland County, and that's part of Cumberland County. You see how you get severe thunderstorm warnings are issued in polygonal shapes. So they used to be issued just in trapezoidal shapes, which means equilateral type shapes where you had a box. And now they cut them out because we can figure out exactly which area is going to be involved. And that sometimes leads to multiple warnings for the same county. So you have to show that severe thunderstorm warning for Cumberland County till 7:15. Well, that is for part of Cumberland County, and that's mainly the west and north part of Cumberland County. Then a severe thunderstorm warning till 7 p.m. that intersects Cumberland County to the north, but it also includes Fentress, Overton, Pickett, and Putnam counties. So this entire area is under a warning at different times where you see the yellows and extends northward where that tornado warning is. So these thunderstorms that are severe, that don't necessarily have a tornado warning attached to them, could possibly have 60-mile-an-hour wind or greater. 3/4 inch hail is not out of the question, although I haven't seen any reports of that yet. And extreme downpours that could lead to some localized flooding for sure. Let me go ahead and show you how much rain is coming out of these particular clouds, because at least a potential how much rain could be coming out of these clouds. Gonna get to that in just 1 second. Storm damage, shear track precipitation rate. Okay, this is the rate of precipitation out of these storms. I'm showing you this because I want you to know what is coming to your house if it hasn't already. You know, some of these places already get infected. Now this may skew it toward a little bit heavier in some cases, but look, 1 3 or 2/3 of an inch is being rained down upon in that particular storm system. And then up to the north, we have almost 2 inches per hour. So it is definitely coming down in droves, and that's why there's a big flooding concern associated with these storms too. Our flood level or flood risk is higher than it typically is. This is showing you excessive rain or excessive flooding possibilities. And a lot of us are in the elevated level 2 flooding potential in the yellow. But look at back west, significant flooding back over the plateau and southward toward McMinn and Ray counties. Of course, those are the areas we need the rain, right? It's been a drought situation that has continued, and we haven't seen the alleviation of it enough. Of course, we don't like to see it all in one day, but that certainly helps because it ends up running into some of the areas, the reservoirs, the lakes, the streams that we want to see the rain accumulate and hopefully use at a later date. There's that tornado warning that's been ongoing for Fentress County. You can see it's moving pretty quickly, about 55 miles an hour toward the northeast. Let me look at correlation coefficient. We usually just say CC for that particular storm and see what we can find out here. Don't see anything of huge significance just pointing to a debris signature, so that's good. Velocity, of course, that's what's been the main indicator of a spin. And you can see that there with the reds down to the bottom, and that's showing the away from the radar right there, and that's showing it toward the radar. Typically, you're going to see everything toward the radar. It's going to be a field of green like you see over here towards Sunbright because it's moving that direction, the entire line is. But when you start showing this away, there has to be a spin, like right in this area, broad as it may be, but a spin nonetheless. And that could potentially have a tornado drop to the ground out of that storm system. Haven't seen any storm damage reports come in for us yet, but you can see back to the west, they have had a lot of reports. Not very many hail reports. That's why I said hail is, at the moment, least likely of all the parameters of severity, but it still could happen. Wind damage, had a lot of wind damage there around Murfreesboro. That was a significant storm system. Flooding, of course, they've had a lot of heavy downpours too. And where we've seen the tornadoes, that's what you need to see. Look at that. Several tornadoes reports. all across Alabama, back in Mississippi, and also just outside of Louisiana, or just right along the river there. There's been a tornado that was reported in Arkansas earlier that caused significant damage, and this is just the beginning of this particular storm. So you notice that we have to be on our toes in our area this evening. We also had a lot of heat. We still have quite a bit of heat. Temperatures have been warm. A lot of us had high temperatures climb up into the 70s today, and that's fuel. That ends up being absorbed into the ground, and it radiates out. So as it radiates from the ground, even after sunset, we're still going to have heat being taken out of the ground into the atmosphere ahead of these storms. And they can use that for fuel to help a lot of processes that go in the center of the storm, especially with cold air trying to be wrapped around it. And we've already noticed a little bit of an issue when it came to shear tracks, but not much. Shear tracks have been lackluster back to the west, which is good, maybe showing that we're going to have less shear with these storm systems at least coming in off the plateau. So that's one good indicator. Light or hail tracks, just haven't seen any here. You know, no hail tracks at all, except for just a couple of spots that could happen up toward Fentress County, up in just outside of Fentress County, outside of Clark Range, right around Monterey. So let's go back to the first highlight, your tornado watch. In case you didn't know yet, tornado watch has been extended now all the way into the Central Valley, and it includes Knox County until 1 o'clock in the morning is what we're talking about here. We have that severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued back to the west, and then we have the tornado warning that's ongoing. That particular storm system is almost out of that warned box. So unless they issue another one, it could just run its course. And that tornado warning is only going to be issued, or at least only going to be active for the next few minutes. So, well, new tornado warning, let's see what this says. For Cumberland, we have a new tornado warning issued now.
6:15.
Let me get to that. Until 6:15 Central Daylight Time, so it's 7:15 here, 6:15 Central. Radar indicated rotation once again. This storm is moving at 60 miles an hour to the northeast. That is fast. And that tornado warning has just been issued.
Okay. Yeah, it's coming up toward Lake Tansy.
So there's Fentress and Pickett.
Let's go.
I'm going to have to cut off the severe thunderstorm warnings here so you can see the actual tornado warning itself. There you go.
Southwest Cumberland County.
So, tornado warning for Cumberland County. You can see Van Buren and White included in that. And Bledsoe, tornado warning until 7 o'clock with those storms. Let me go and look at the product that shows velocity. Todd Howell just walked into the building. He's getting ready. And we're going to be covering this all night long if we can. High velocities associated with this particular storm, so it does have some strong winds associated with it. That's better. I wanted to show that because I wanted to get closer. Todd says Cumberland County, Lake Tansy. Make sure you take cover immediately there because that's where that particular storm is driving toward. Okay, using that radar is better because it's closer to this event or closer to the system, and that's why I'm trying to get it to where it's showing Nashville radar. See that signature right there? That's what I wanted to show you. And that is showing velocity away from the radar site, but all this is toward, which means it's coming back toward the radar site, even though everything's moving east. So all of this, rain and wrap around inside this storm is flowing back east instead of going westward. And that's why there's a big concern right there of having a potential tornado. Okay, back to the actual map. I'm going to try to track that out for you to give you an idea who's going to be affected and also show you the time frame of where you need to go with that storm. I'm going to track this back here, the one that has the potential more so for a tornado, right in that area. So let's track that one out. It's moving 60 miles an hour. Boy, the other one was 55. I thought that was fast. This one is really fast. I'm going to do the leading edge of the storm. There you go. Some of the places going to be affected by this immediately. We have Winesap, 1 minute. It's basically there. Lantana, 8 minutes. Lake Tansy, 10 minutes. It's going to be at the Cumberland Homesteads in 16 minutes. And getting to Daysville in about 27 minutes from now with that particular storm. So take shelter immediately if you're in those areas. And we got a huge field of rain. It is difficult to see where these storms are because there's so much rain with it. Now I switched over to a different product to show you better of the core of that storm. Now this is a composite radar image, and I'm going to zoom in on it. That is the core of the storm. And that has very heavy rain associated with it right there. But also that's where the potential tornado is. And if we go back to the VIL product, you can see that's where the core of the vertical integrated liquid is. That just shows how much liquid is in a column of air from the surface up, and how much water is in the atmosphere that the storm could use to produce rain. That definitely is quite a bit. Here's the velocity, and I know it's difficult to tell, but let's try to, I'm going to change that for you. Let's go back to, I want to only display one site so you can see this better. There you go. Had to take off Alabama radar site. So now, if we get a little closer, it's pretty obvious where that potential spin is, right in that area. And if you look to where it's going, I got to correct the map a little bit for you so it's easier to see. Yes, sir. New warning for Meigs County. I'll get to that too then. This area right there, see that? Wherever that intersects, that's where there could possibly be a tornado. Not saying there is one, it's radar indicated, but it's moving northeast. So Lantana, you're going to be just north of that storm or in the path of it. It ends up jaunting more your direction, and then it'll continue to move in that fashion to the northeast up toward Crossville. If it stays alive that long, hopefully it does, and hopefully it gets below that threshold. Okay, we have another tornado warning I wanted to mention real quick, which is down in Meigs County. That's till 7:30 p.m. That storm system is moving pretty quickly toward the northeast, just like the rest of them, and it's moving anywhere between 45 and 60 miles per hour. Todd Howell is standing by and ready. I think he's ready to jump in a little bit while I get my bearings and review all the information. I'll be back to see you here in just a little bit. Todd?
And again, Lake Tansy, Lantana, and just south of Crossville, go ahead and get in your safe place. That is in the lowest floor, away from outer walls and windows. Interior small room like a bathroom, hallway, or closet. Great place to be. These storms, as Mike's been talking about and telling you about for the last hour or so, yeah, they're accelerating very quickly off to the northeast, and we're starting to see these tornado warnings popping up. So there's the tornado warning. Again, for Cumberland County, that's in effect until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. These are in Eastern, 7:15 Eastern, but 6:15 Central, and will be in place for Bledsoe County until 7 o'clock. That new tornado warning for Meigs County coming north of Chattanooga will be in place until 7:30. So, yes, we are tracking multiple tornado warnings now in East Tennessee. Thank you, Mike. There's the one in the Southern Valley. We'll go ahead and take a look at that. Again, there's Middle Valley. This is tornado warning till 7:30. That does include Bradley, Hamilton, and Meigs counties. Again, tracking now northeast of Chattanooga, Cleveland areas, and that also has a potential rotation. And again, tornadic storms have the ability to produce some very localized damaging wind gusts. And these tornado warnings are going to pop up with little or no warning. And that's why you have to really be on your guard and be prepared now to know where you will go if a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning is issued. Your safe place, that is going to be, again, in the lowest floor of your sturdy home or building in a small interior room away from those outer walls and windows. So again, these storms packing a punch, moving on to the plateau. Tornado watch is in place already because severe weather is likely. More severe thunderstorm warnings up on the northern plateau. You see the green flash flood watch is in place. This is the tornado watch. Notice that extends also. Again, the watch means it's possible. Warning means take action. We have both. The watch means tornado conditions are possible through 1 a.m. That does include Knoxville to Maryville and back to the west. That tornado watch, again, in place until 1 a.m. The warnings now are in place for the next 30 to 45 minutes in general across the plateau from Cumberland County down into Bledsoe County and down into Meigs. And if you're watching us in Bradley County, that includes your area as well. Again, the highest impacts will be damaging winds, localized flooding possible, and we are looking at that potential for, isolated, probably could even say several tornadoes and tornado warnings possible. Greatest chances will be across the Cumberland Plateau into the Southern Valley. And like we kind of talked about yesterday, again, that's the main focal point, the western half of the valley and onto the plateau. That's what we're seeing there. Also could have some large hail up to quarter size. And again, that's a look. These severe impacts will continue to pop up. Thank you, Mike. There's the severe risk here. We have a level 3 out of 5 for much of the valley. Level 4 out of 5, significant risk is in place for the Southern Valley. So Plateau and Southern Valley have the greatest impacts. Again, that tornado risk is also enhanced, if you will, and greater right across this same significant red area. And this is the greater tornado risk where? Southern Plateau, Southern Valley. But it's also possible in other areas. Again, we have a lot of wind energy spinning motion in the atmosphere. So anywhere across our region, we have the potential for not only severe thunderstorms, but possibility of a few tornadoes. A tornado, by the way, is just simply a severe thunderstorm that's rotating. And it can form a funnel and hit the ground. And again, very localized high winds. So it's basically the only difference. It's just rotating and obviously produces a funnel, then tornado. So here's what we're seeing. Conditions are favorable for severe storms and tornadoes. And again, Mike, if you don't mind, I know we're in boxes. You're watching the golf there and seeing our coverage here. If you don't, zooming on in, we'll get real close and tight so we can all see that together a little bit better. There's Crossville. Again, take cover Lake Tansy. And again, also Lantana. Again, this severe storm tornado moving to the northeast. And Mike, if you do a velocity couplet on that, we'll check out the very latest and see what we're looking at with that particular storm in Cumberland County. So there's Lantana right here, Crossville, and there's another little, perhaps new couplet that may be moving off to the southeast. But here's the one that's back to the west, as Mike's illustrating right here. Kind of broad rotation. What we look at is the green and the reds side by side. Okay, and rotating. There's a cyclonic circulation. What we look at is gate-to-gate shear and tight couplet that can form. The brighter the green, the brighter the red, and the tighter that couplet, that gives indication right there. Yeah, thank you, Mike. That's exactly what we're looking at right there. See that tight couplet? And I know we're just changing radars. We're looking at between Nashville and Morristown. Looks like, and thank you, Mike, keep it right there. That gives us an idea of the history. That's why a tornado warning was issued. Number one, there was a tighter couplet earlier. It looks like it's a little bit more stretched out, maybe not quite as tight, but still, again, a lot of times when we're talking about tornadic thunderstorms, they can cycle up and cycle down, and continue to do that. Kind of, inhale and exhale, breathe in and breathing out, etc. That's what these tornadic storms a lot of times will do. And so maybe cycling down slightly, but it can quickly spin back up or tighten up. And so that's why we want you to be on your guard and take cover in Cumberland County, including Crossville, Lantana, Lake Tansy. Go ahead and be in your safe place. And again, that is a sturdy home or building. If you're in a mobile home or trailer, it's recommended to get in a more sturdy structure on the lowest floor. So that is that particular storm right here. And again, there is Crossville, Lantana. Again, that's moving directionally north-northeast. So a little bit more, perhaps just to, be to the west of Crossville. That particular cell, again, we got multiple cells going on. Another one down in Bledsoe County and also down in Meigs County. So we are continuing to see, thank you, this is the correlation coefficient. I know, Mike, I was looking at that earlier. If you stop the radar right there and zoom on in just north and west of Lantana, it's a little bit more, perhaps, of a small signature. Maybe we can look at that. It was, right in here. Not saying for sure that the tornado was on the ground, but it is certainly packing a punch, and it did have decent rotation right there to the north and west. I believe that's Lantana. Again, that's a smaller font there we're looking at, but also in Crossville back to the due west. So that's what we're looking at right there. Mike, let me send it back over to you. Let you track that storm right there. We'll pick it up. We'll continue to check on the very latest, and certainly we'll keep you updated right here. Mike?
First of all, though, let's get back to the actual storm itself. You can see it there. And that storm continues to move toward Crossville at about 55 miles per hour. Now, the Cumberland has a tornado warning that remains in effect till 6:15. Now, that is, of course, Central Time, and that's for western Cumberland County. Radar indicated tornado there, so that's just a reinforcement of that particular tornadic storm as it moves toward the northeast. I'm going to take everything off so I can track it for you to give you an idea of where it's going so you can see it better. I know, Crossville, you're right in the thick of some storms, but it's a storm that's more to your west that has that potential rotation associated with it, not necessarily what you're getting at the moment. So I'm going to track that leading edge of that out. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, it's moving quick. And some of the places that'll be affected, just to give you the best estimation of some of those places, and you can even see the blue dots show up to where it's indicating it's tracking. So it'll be at Deer Lodge in 30 minutes if it holds together. Crossville, 6 minutes away. It's not very far. Even though you're in the thick of some other thunderstorm, you're going to have this one move in, probably with more gusty wind than the storm that you're getting affected right now. Fairfield Glade will be there in 17 minutes. So everybody within this line needs to take shelter immediately, just in case there's a tornado that could be indicated by rotation that could possibly drop on the ground. They don't always do that, but certainly need to spin first, and that is a good indicator that there is enough turbulence within that storm, enough spin. Now, there is a severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45, Hamilton, Ray, Meigs, McMinn counties, and that continues. I'm going to go ahead and go back toward the graphic that'll show that so you can see the severe thunderstorm warning itself. And what real estate is encompassing in that. Now, all these storms, even though, like Todd mentioned, we have tornado warnings that have been issued. All of these severe storms, too, could have a potential of tornadoes themselves. So there's severe thunderstorm warnings, and there's a tornado warning superimposed on top of the severe thunderstorm warning. Nevertheless, the storms are definitely at severe level or right on the fence. So there's that storm that's going through Hamilton and Meigs County that's included, McMinn in that severe tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning itself. Tornado warning goes to 7:30 in that location. Then we have this tornado warning, which includes Cumberland County, and that goes to 7:15 Eastern Time, 6:15, of course, Central Time. And 7 o'clock, that tornado warning is going to be expired for Bledsoe County here in under a minute's time. And we'll let you know if anything does get reissued out of that. So those are the tornado warnings we have right now, basically 2 of them, when Bledsoe ends up leaving that particular tornado warned time frame that was issued. Okay, back to the actual storm. Let's see if we're still getting that signature itself to the one to the south that shows velocity and shows potential spin, because that was the one that's of most concern immediately anyway, is the storm that was producing that particular signature near Crossville. It seems to be, look at that decoupling. So it seems to be weakening somewhat as it moves toward the north. We're not looking at the signature so profoundly as we did earlier about 30 minutes or so ago. So that's good news. Hopefully it's just going to weaken, but we're noticing a couple of those things happening in and around Crossville at this time. There's that. You look outside of Crossville, right to the east, we're getting some of that as well, to where you're noticing to and away signatures within the same proximity adjacent to each other. And that's moving toward Fairfield Glade. Even though there may not be a tornado on the ground, the wind could be so strong with some of these storms, you could get some damage anyway. And that's why also we've had severe thunderstorm warnings issued out of these storms. Look at that, Todd. Spring City, Crossville southward, that's the strongest part of the line itself.
Yeah, exactly. Mike, you just made a great point. Whether there's a tornado or not, we want folks to take cover, but as you just said, there's going to be damaging winds either way, whether there's a tornado or not, because the winds aloft above our heads really screaming up about 5 to 10,000 feet and even higher, very strong winds just off their surface. And these storms, as they tap vertically up into those higher winds aloft, they can be transferred down the surface very quickly. So, and also can spin up a quick tornado, and that's why we do have those tornado warnings. But yeah, as Mike said, damaging winds are certainly possible. And again, this line, that is not looking good at all in terms of the intensity of that line. We want you to take cover and be in your safe place. Ray County, Meigs County, Bledsoe, Cumberland. Yeah, that storm earlier, I mentioned Lantana and Lake Tansy. It actually went a little bit more north, but passing between Pleasant Hill and just west of Crossville, east of Pleasant Hill and west of Crossville. So as Mike said, the western part of Cumberland County is where that particular cell tracked. The good news, I was looking at the same thing as Mike said earlier. Looks like that rotation may have slightly weakened, but still could be looking at damaging winds. And as Mike said, heading up toward Fairfield Glade. So if you live in Fairfield Glade and further north in northern Cumberland and tracking to the northeast and continuing to move up into southern Fentress County, again, be prepared to be in your safe place, because this storm has shown that sign of rotation and could be looking at damaging winds. So Crossville to Fairfield Glade and continuing from Cumberland County into Fentress County and eventually Morgan County. And Mike mentioned Deer Lodge, Sunbright, Lansing, some of the other communities that will likely be impacted by these storms. Heavy rainfall. Now, the other factor we're going to be talking about going forward this evening, in addition to the severe weather threat, flooding threat. Torrential rainfall and maybe some hail embedded, but also we'll have to watch out for the flooding part, of course, need the rain. But there's, as Mike's showing right now, look at the flooding potential. You don't see this very often. Again, as far as the flood risk, we have 4 categories. Severe risk, we have 5, but flooding 4, and that's a level 3 out of 4. Significant risk for flooding right on the plateau. The same areas that have the greatest chance for severe weather have the greatest chance for flooding. So that would be the Cumberland Plateau. When we talk about the plateau, some of you are asking about this early on social media. That is Cumberland, Fentress counties, which are in Central Time. That's hindered by the National Weather Service Office, Nashville, but also includes Morgan and Scott. So those are the 4 main counties on the northern Cumberland Plateau region. Now, Bledsoe also part of that, and a lot of times we'll include also Campbell and Claiborne counties as part of that plateau all up into Kentucky. But anyway, that's a look at what we're seeing, the main flooding risk, and wow. But 4 inches of rain estimated by Doppler radar already? Wow, from some of those storms. And the issue is the training. Note that movement, as Mike was showing you early on the radar. Yeah, look at these totals Mike's showing right here. 2, 3, 4 inches plus. Again, storms are tracking to the northeast. There's like rail cars on the train tracks. They're repeatedly moving over the same area. Again, just like a train, just carrying its cars, going over the same area repeatedly. and that produces flooding. We call that training. So that's what is at play right now on the plateau and extending off the plateau barely into the Western Valley. That will slowly, eventually work its way eastward as we go later on tonight. Probably not the same intensity, but we're also going to be looking at the potential for flooding and heavy rain later tonight because this system is going to be with us into the early morning hours. So we're going to have the severe threat, particularly as we go now to just after midnight, but the flooding threat's going to be remaining even into the early morning hours. So just a heads up there. Look at the atmosphere chock full of moisture. Rainfall rates in excess of 1.5 inches per hour from Spring City right up to Crossville, Crab Orchard, Westall, Ozone. Very heavy rainfall for you in eastern Cumberland County. That stretches up into Fairfield, Glade, and northern Cumberland County, as Mike's showing you right here with those rainfall rates in excess of 1.5 inches per hour right now, or close to it. So that just means torrential downpours of rain and flooding, even flash flooding. Water rises very quickly in a short period of time. Thank you, Mike. Let's kind of go from south to north and work our way through the tornado warnings. And right there, here's the tornado warning that is in play. And yeah, I'm glad we're full screen now. What about you? It's hard for me to read those fonts and cities earlier, but anyway, and hope you've enjoyed the golf. But anyway, here's a look at the tornado warning till 7:30 for Bradley, Hamilton, and Meigs counties. There's the golf still on. But anyway, we're looking at the storms continue to track to the north-northeast, and we're continuing to see, yeah, that tornado warning that will be in play until 7:30, in place until 7:30. So take cover in Meigs and Ray counties, particularly from Decatur up toward 10 Mile, and also if you live in Dayton up toward Spring City, again in Meigs counties. That's what we're looking at, these particular storms tracking up to the north and east, and also heads up in parts of Roane County. This will be an impactful storm that will continue. There's Dayton right there down toward Big Springs and Decatur in Meigs County. The Watts Bar Reservoir, if you live in that area, Meigs County, up in Ray County, take cover. Here's what we're looking at. We've got, Mike, when you get a half-second, reflectivity with precip type is on. If we put it on just reflectivity, that little blurb will go away. But there's a look at the intense rainfall. That's a tornado warning till 7:15 for Cumberland County. And this is what we're looking at. This particular storm, again, is going to continue to track to the east. Had some rotation showing up between Pleasant Hill and Crossville, moving up into Cumberland County. It was starting to get stretched out a little bit. Thank you, Mike. And that's what we're looking at for northern Cumberland into Fentress County. And this also does have a potential, in addition to maybe tornadic winds, there's maybe some large hail embedded within that as well. So it's certainly some severe winds taking place and damaging winds likely coming up into, again, Cumberland County and continue to track across Cumberland on up into Fentress and eventually Morgan County. So some intense storms continue to be at play across the Cumberland Plateau. And elsewhere, we do have those severe thunderstorm warnings, as you can see, for Cumberland, Van Buren, and White, and also that's going to be in place until 6:15 Central Daylight Time. So we are tracking multiple tornado warnings for Cumberland County down into Meigs counties right now, and also coming out of Bradley County in the Southern Valley. So those are the communities highlighted right there. Again, be mindful that as we go through this evening, we have a tornado watch in place until 1 a.m. So unfortunately, we're likely going to be tracking and severe weather and potential for tornadoes as we go through this evening. Torrential rainfall, damaging wind gusts, some of the main impacts, but we also have the chance for some tornadoes. That's why there's a tornado watch in place until 1 a.m. because the atmospheric conditions are favorable for high winds and rotation. There's the tornado watch until 1 a.m. Again, that does include coming into the Central Valley from Knox County to Blount County, including parts of the Smoky Mountains, and back to the west. Now, if you're watching this in the Morristown, Dandridge area, there's not a watch issue for you. And again, as we go further east, we'll have to see how these storms hold together, but conditions not quite as favorable, but we'll still have a chance for severe storms anywhere in the region as we go just after midnight into the early morning hours. And here's the flooding potential, and certainly coming off the plateau into the valley, as we just talked about a moment ago, the atmosphere chock full of moisture. The precipitable water values are really high, and so we're going to have torrential rainfall and possibility of flooding and even flash flooding. And certainly we could use the rainfall. That's going to help us, but in addition to the beneficial rain, we're going to have the chance for some flooding. So those flood watches, again, as you can see right there, are going to be in place until 8 a.m. Sunday morning. So even after the rain will taper off late tonight and early in the morning, still could have some residual flooding across the region. So this is what we're looking at. Again, in addition to the severe winds and heavy rainfall, this is looking at vertical integrated liquid. It's basically looking at just how much liquid's in in that storm, and also can kind of translate to how much ice potential could be in that storm with potential for hail. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the VIL, short for vertical integrated liquid. That's what we're looking at on the plateau. Also could be looking at some large hail possible. We're looking here at velocity. Again, Doppler radar can sample a whole lot of different products. Now we're just talking about the wind. So we're talking about velocity, just looking at the wind. There has to be something in the air, like rain, dust, particles, and then it can pick that up. And it just simply looks at one particle, compares it to the next second, next minute, and it tracks its movement, and that's how it determines where it's moving. It has to be something in the air. But that's a look at the stronger winds that are tracking coming up the plateau, moving directionally north-northeast. As Mike said a moment ago, anywhere from 55 to 65 miles per hour. So the other thing is, you don't have to take cover too long when you go to your safe place, but be prepared to move quickly because these storms are moving rapidly to the north. So you got to be prepared to take action quickly if your city, your community, your county is under any type of severe thunderstorm or tornado warning. Again, whether it's a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, as Mike said a moment ago, wind damage is likely out of some of these stronger cells. They have the potential to tap into those higher winds aloft, and that's the other concern that we're going to continue to watch. And Mike just rotated over to the mountains. The other thing we're tracking and concerned about are the high mountain winds. And certainly that is going to continue with the high wind warning that will continue as we go tonight and on into 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. So it's going to take a while longer for beneficial rains to get into the mountains. So the other concern that we hopefully don't have to deal too much with, but the other concern we're watching is potential for any fire spread before the beneficial heavy rains arrive late tonight and in the morning. But that's the high wind warning for the mountains until 8 a.m. And there's a look, at the severe thunderstorm warnings back to the west. So that's a check of the very latest. Mike, I'll send it back over to you. Get a drink of water, and there's a look at more of those storms that are coming up on the plateau right now. Again, stay safe and be prepared to take action if a warning is issued for your area. Mike, I'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Todd, for that detailed explanation. The severe thunderstorm warning that was southward has now since expired or has been canceled. So the only, the tornado warning that exists now, the only one for all of us in East Tennessee at the moment, is for Cumberland County. It's radar indicated, and it goes to 7:15 Eastern Time. So just a few more minutes, we're going to continue to have that tornado warning that will be ongoing just for a short amount of time, and then it will expire. You notice most of those thunderstorms, though, are well out ahead of it now, of where that main warning, trapezoidal-looking polygon is. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Cumberland County that also includes Van Buren and White. That's till 7:15 too. So those two will expire here shortly. But we still have an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning till 7:45 Eastern Time for Hamilton, McMinn, Meigs, Ray counties, and also Bradley and Hamilton counties included. There's a possible tornado there. They show that on the severe thunderstorm warning, even though there is no tornado warning that has been issued for that area. So those storms themselves are moving toward the northeast at about 45 to 55, maybe even 60 miles an hour, depending on individual storms. And they will continue to produce some very heavy downpours associated with them too. You can see the entire area is moving to the east, but it's not moving as fast as these individual storms moving northeast. So the storms themselves are going to just come through quickly. Lots of gusty wind, very fast, and then more will come through after that. So that won't be the only thunderstorms that we receive tonight. And then central part, you get into Lenoir City, you're just on the outskirts of where those storms are, and they'll be coming in here very soon as that whole line continues to move in your direction. Taking out the sweeping radar, let's put on something that you can see that shows the entire line now. And it does encompass a huge amount of the state just getting inundated with rain, from Nashville to where we are. And even if the thunderstorms move on, we're still going to have that field of rain with some embedded thunder throughout the night. So it's not going to just disappear on us. It's just the severe thunderstorms will be moving on to where we'll still get some stronger ones a bit later. Those are all flood warnings. You can see they got big flood concern out over the central part of the state where they have had a lot of rain. So here is a recap real quick of some of those warnings that we have. First of all, severe thunderstorm warning till 7:15. That is ongoing for 1 more minute. That one with Bradley, Hamilton will be gone. Then we still have the one for Hamilton, McMinn, Meigs, and Ray counties. And that one's going to be for another 30 minutes. The severe thunderstorm warning out over the Cumberland Plateau, that will expire very shortly. And then so will the tornado warning. So the biggest concern is going to be that severe thunderstorm warning that still is ongoing to the south, which we'll recap in a second. And then we have a severe thunderstorm warning up in McCreary in Wayne County, and that's crossed the line into Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning till 7:15, which is soon to expire, but let me show you what's there. You can see that it has weakened quite a bit. Looks like it's weakening below severe limits. In and around Oneida, you're getting some real heavy rain at this time, and it's moving north toward Pine Knot. So since that has expired, now we're only left, at least in our area at the moment, one severe thunderstorm warning. And that's the one to the south that includes Hamilton, McMinn, Meigs, Ray, and there's a tornado possible with that particular storm, they say. I'm going to go ahead and try to see the velocity once again. And I don't know, the colors are really changing up on me, but it looks as though it doesn't have as much of a signature. We're looking at velocity here as much as it did before. But nonetheless, there's turbulence. We've already seen it. And we've already noticed rotation within some of these thunderstorms. So it is certainly possible that there's still a pretty good rotation. Check that out. What do you see there, Todd? Yeah. That's outside of Spring City.
Yeah.
Correlation coefficient showing some potential debris there.
Yeah, that's showing up exactly. And Mike, that's as you've been talking about, that's the humble nature of how quickly these storms can flare up. They can cycle up, cycle down, but that is showing at least a signal there for perhaps, and I apologize for doing something else just a second ago. Let's go to velocity and see if we got a matching couplet.
Okay, that's the biggest one I've seen. That's the only thing I've seen this evening.
And are we on high top or Morristown radar? That's
there we go. I need to take off high top.
Okay.
And now it's not interfering.
Yeah, you can just go left and right, and it'll pick back up. There you go, between High Top and Nashville and Morristown. It's like right in the triple point of the 3 different radars. But you're exactly right. That's an intense cell that's tracking up into Ray County, and particularly just to the west. Look how fast it's moving. Now it's due west of Spring City. So
and that was the same. Yeah,
that cell right there.
Cell. So
yeah. Yeah. Mike, you mentioned a moment ago the good news, the tornado warning for Cumberland County having just expired. So we just have some of those severe thunderstorm warnings in place now. But, I mean, look at the speed of the move. I can't say this enough, as Mike's been telling you about. Got to be able to take quick action. Again, you only have minutes to take action when a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning is issued. These things are hauling to the north-northeast at 55 to 60 miles per hour, even faster. So they're racing to the north-northeast. Look how quickly. Is this the last? Let's see. Is that the last? Yeah, it's just the last hour. Look how fast these storms.
And what's interesting here too, Todd.
Yeah.
You see, this is the one we've been watching. See these storms coming in from the west really fast. They're coming in.
Right.
Well, we got some coming in from the south right there. Those are going to converge.
Exactly.
And we'll see if there's any turbulence, any problem out here in Wartburg, around Harriman. We're going to have to watch that area as they do merge and move northward. Sometimes they'll merge and start moving in one direction. Other times they'll merge, it gets messed up, can hardly tell what's going on, and all of a sudden they'll emerge separately again and diverge in different directions.
Mike, you're exactly right. Merging cells, intersecting boundaries, yeah, a lot of times that's a severe signal. and you made a great point. Wartburg over to Lansing, up to Sunbright, heads up, because exactly, we do have those storms kind of coming up from the east out of Cumberland County, directly from the south, coming up into Roane County, coming out of Meigs and Ray counties, coming up into Morgan County. So Oakdale, along the Emory River, very heavy rainfall. And again, we've already said flooding is going to be an issue in addition to severe weather. So heads up on that. But yes, Mike just said Wartburg, and moving up into Morgan County, Oakdale to Wartburg, Lansing, Sunbright, certainly be prepared to, there's damage and wind gust and torrential rain. So definitely some, looks like potentially very strong to borderline severe weather. So thank you, Mike. I'll send it back to you. I'm looking at some latest data and trying to see what we're going to be looking at as far as the potential now that we got, that last tornado warning that has expired. But look at the lightning and the energy that continues to comb across the plateau. So, in Knoxville, here we are at 7:20 now. We're going to be talking about these storms that are going to be start to increasing over the next 1 to 2 hours. And so, this is what we're going to be seeing. This line as well. We were talking about the training to storms directionally moving fast to the north-northeast. That's going to produce that risk for flooding in addition to the severe threat. So damage and winds, heavy rainfall, those are the two main threats. Within the line, though, it's a linear convective system, if you will, and that within this line, we've got a lot of wave action going on, spinning motion. We can have some tornado warnings, spin-ups within the line itself, okay? Air is just like water, so you got this wall of not water, but air moving across, and you got these little spin-ups potentially within the line. So unfortunately, we're probably going to be dealing with some of those quick spin-ups that could create and cause some localized wind damage. Even whether we have a tornado warning or not, it looks like we are going to be dealing with some damage and winds. Mike, you're looking at hail tracks. I'll let you talk about that right there between Spring City and Dayton.
Yes, definitely. We did have a confirmed report of 3/4 inch hail in Hamilton. And that's because that storm system that we showed you that was very powerful did have signature of a spin, lots of heavy downpours, possibly even ended up having more hail associated with it than just what we saw in Hamilton there, 3/4 inch hail. So as we get out of Meigs and McMinn County, you get over to Hopewell and Cleveland, nothing's happened there. It's just outside of where you are. So north of Chattanooga and stretching up toward Sale Creek and Dayton, that's where we could have had some hail. You can see it's continuing up towards Spring City there. And that was a signature of hail tracks, tracking the hail from that storm. Elsewhere, I haven't seen any of those tracks here recently yet, but that's definitely an indication that there is certainly a possibility of hail. Even though it's lower possibility that we'll receive some hail, it still can happen with just about any storm. Here's damaging hail risk today. And look, it's right in that area where we had the hail that was reported to where it's level 2. It has a 15% chance in some of those areas to receive the hail, and it's exactly what has happened. So storm reports, there are some of the hail reports. Let me go ahead and click on one of those to show you what the report was. So Shady Grove, about an inch size hail. It was photographed, so hopefully we can get some pictures of some of these in. Going to have to zoom in a little bit closer though, because there were numerous hail. See, there are 3 hail reports there, and see if any of them are different from the original one we just saw. And as these come in, of course, there's Shady Grove, 1 inch hail associated with that. I think all of these are pretty much 1 inch hail. And this was photographed in Lakeside, Tennessee. Going to go back, and there's one more report. Let's see what that report says at this time. Probably about the same. All the reports are very similar around the same area. That one's 0.8. Middle Valley is where it was. Dime size hail, 3/4 inch. So we definitely have problems with some hail being possible. There's a new tornado warning now for Scott and Meigs County. So let me go to that, and we're going to cover that since it just happened. It is for Morgan County.
Yeah, Morgan County, that new one, that's exactly what you were just talking about. And we were talking about the intersecting boundaries coming up into Wartburg. And picking up on that cell right there, Mike. I'll let you go ahead and track it. Just eastern Cumberland County coming up into Morgan County. So Wartburg, Sunbright, again, Oakdale. just to the north and west of Harriman, but tracking up toward Wartburg. Potential large hail, and it's got, sorry, Michael, right to you in just a moment, but looking at Oakdale, right there. Yeah, we can do the velocity to the north and west of Harriman, southwest of Wartburg. That's where we're looking at a little bit of a couplet. Let me just point that out real quick while we're talking about it, and I'll get it right to you. Right there. Thank you, Mike. Here's a look at potential tornado right there. Mike, if you go ahead, we'll zoom on in. Let's do a storm, right there. Let's zoom on in. We'll do a storm track on that and get specific with the communities. It's actually to the north and west of Oakdale, which is just on the other side of the line from Roane County into Morgan County, and north and west of Harriman right there. So this is the storm tracking. This is the Cumberland County and Morgan County line. Again, here's Wartburg and heading on over toward Sunbright. But this is a potential tornado right here. So we'll continue to, let's go ahead and maybe do a, thank you, Mike, perfect timing, do a storm track. And let's see, Mike, you chime in on the.
It's moving so fast, I gotta come
I know,
out
I'm looking at
bit.
the same. Let's see, the movement is northeast at 60.
Yeah, I gotta zoom out a little bit because
7 miles, you're fine, 7 miles north of Rockwood, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This storm right here, northeast at 60 miles per hour. So Wartburg and Morgan County, eventually Scott County. Again, that tornado warning, and that's what the National Weather Service of Morristown has done. That tornado warning, whoosh, it's a long rectangle, if you will, shape, and because it's moving so fast, it will continue to accelerate to the north and east. But severe thunderstorm capable, producing a tornado 7 miles north of Rockwood, moving northeast at 60. And again, this was as of let's see, just a few minutes ago, and 4 minutes ago as of right now. Again, it's radar indicated, but we're looking at the hazard as a tornado, and this is a possible tornado as indicated by radar that will continue to be tracking up into Morgan County. So that's that one cell, and thank you, Mike. There's that other one. Oh boy, this is why we got to be, it's our job as meteorologists, we're going to go back and forth very quick because we got multiple tornadic circulations we're tracking. If you're watching us in Pikeville in Bledsoe County, see the blues and reds, see that's what we call that tornadic vortex signature, that couplet, gate-to-gate shear, and when it tightens up and those colors are brighter and even more vivid and close together, and we'll see it wobbling and rotating, that's when we're detecting a possible tornado when we're looking at the velocity product right
and look
there.
at that, it's going,
Yep.
I mean, it's going right for Pikesville at this particular time. Let me go ahead and track it out to see for you and give you an idea of some of the places that'll be affected.
Yeah, go ahead, Mike, and then we'll go right back up to Morgan County. Go ahead.
That one's moving 40. This one's moving 45 miles an hour, so it's moving a little bit slower.
Okay, we have 2,600 power outages in Fentress County.
Wow.
Thank you, Annie. Yeah, go ahead, Mike. We're tracking this storm. So we've had that damage in Fentress County from those earlier storms. We're in Bledsoe County right now, tracking, if you're watching us in Bledsoe County, in Pikeville. These are the communities in Pikeville, 17 minutes or less. We're going to shave probably 5 minutes off that because these storms are hauling. And thank you, Mike. That's the latest track on that. Let's zip on back up into Morgan County. Mike, we'll keep an eye on this storm in Bledsoe County as well. And then that's the tornado warning there. But the newly issued one right here for Morgan County and Scott until 8 p.m. Again, this storm was located about 5-6 minutes ago north of Rockwood near Oakdale, southwest of Wartburg. It is racing to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. So Wartburg, Lansing, Sunbright, and further to the north up toward Burrville and Rugby, and heads up at Robbins and Scott County. Again, these are some of the communities, Deer Lodge as well. In any area that I mentioned, if you live around those areas in between, and we're talking about Highway 27, Highway 62, here's Sunbright, again, north of Wartburg, and again, 62 that takes you out of Morgan County into Fentress County. That's going to be crossing over. There's the potential couplet that we're tracking right here. And again, this is the nature of the atmosphere. And again, it's kind of waving that flag that got a lot of spinning motion, a lot of high winds aloft to be transferred down the surface, and rotation is indicated in a lot of these severe storms. Looking at what we call a correlation coefficient product. Just simply what we're looking at here is a different type of signature and potential for debris, specifically dirt, dust, leaves, things on the ground, et cetera, et cetera. So you don't want to see anything on this product.
Right.
Okay.
Well, we saw
don't want
that
to see
one.
anything on that one. Go ahead, Mike. Yeah.
That was the one we saw earlier going towards Spring City, and then it fizzled out. See,
It fizzled out, yeah.
That looks similar. Looks like it could be a debris signature there elsewhere. And of course, it can be a debris signature where it is picking up stuff off the ground, sure. But it could also be a funnel cloud that could cause flying debris close enough to the ground too, and not actually hit the ground. But it can be both those things, and that's what we saw there. The one up north that Todd was mentioning, though, I haven't really seen anything as far as potential debris signature, but of course we see that on velocity of what's going on with that particular storm, having a potential for very high spin velocities within that storm as it moves toward the north of Crossville. We have a lot of disturbances right around Wartburg is the issue at this particular time. You see that green, really light shaded going right toward Wartburg. That's going to be some pretty strong winds associated with that storm.
Mike was about to say the same thing. Yeah, go ahead. Looking at the exact same thing. You can put that shade of light green right there, southwest of Wartburg. That's a line of increasing winds, 50 to 60 miles per hour. It's accelerating, and earlier it had that circulation, what Mike's showing you right there. So that's a line of damaging winds that's heading right toward Wartburg and tracking to the northeast. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, there's not a lot of lightning. I mean, look, there are only a few lightning strikes. This system, and we knew this system would be more so of an event with the wind, an event with the potential for flooding. I know tornadoes are certainly a potential, and that's because of wind too, right? Well, you get storms this strong, and especially with the very powerful low that's driving it out of the central part of the United States, all kinds of moisture, just copious amounts of moisture coming in out of the Gulf of Mexico, out of the Gulf of America, pardon me, and that's continuing to flood the atmosphere with enough fuel to cause all of this to happen. Plus, we got colder air coming in behind this system up to the north through the Central Plains. You'll feel the difference here in a couple of days, but until then, we're in a kind of a tropical type of atmosphere. Tornado warning continues, just to highlight again, for Bledsoe, Ray, and counties, and that's through 8:15 Eastern time. We got about 45, that's a pretty long tornado warning. Usually they're not quite that long. Tornado warning for Morgan and Scott counties will continue too. Now that one goes till 8 o'clock, so another 30 minutes time, and that potentially has a tornado associated with it. Just to recap real quick before we get to more analyzation of these particular storms. Tornado watch will continue for pretty much all of us until 1 a.m. for the exception of Cumberland and Fentress counties, which that particular watch expires at 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, so 10 o'clock here, so it'll be ongoing for a little while. They'll be out of the threat zone before then, more than likely. So tornado watch goes through 1 a.m. for the rest of us. Then we have a flood watch. And that flood watch was issued before the tornado watch anyway, and it includes all of us to Sunday 8 a.m. because of all the torrential rain that we're getting. And we're getting some significant rain. Check this out. Most of us have had no rain back toward the mountains over the past 24 hours. Then there's a sharp increase of the amount of rain that we received, and this is including last night. So we already had a lot of rain come down and saturate the ground from Lenore City, Oak Ridge, and then back toward Wartburg. Almost 4 inches of rain. Actually, I'm going to clear this off because this is the old readings that I ended up querying. Now it looks like more has been added north of Wartburg, and now it's almost 5 inches in that one isolated spot. You get out towards Spring City, at least northeast of town, 4 inches of rain. That is quite a bit. And then we get up toward Oak Ridge. Now, Oak Ridge just been getting some, but now they're getting hammered with a little more rain. Almost about 2.5 inches of rain associated with that particular system. Todd is going to take over and highlight what's been going on and what will continue to go on here this evening.
Yeah, Mike, what you've got right there on radar. Thank you so much, Mike, and great coverage. Well, talking about these storms, it's new severe thunderstorm warning from Athens, Sweetwater, right up into Lenoir City. There's the tornado warning for Mortburg, Morgan County, and Scott County. At new tornado warning till 8:15 for Bledsoe County, tracking multiple storms. I do want to pass along Jim Renfro in the Great Smoky Mountains National Park is reporting 86-mile-per-hour wind gusts at just reported 3 minutes ago, 7:30 at Cove Mountain in Sevier County with elevation at 4,000 feet. So 86-mile-per-hour confirmed wind gust at Cove Mountain, which typically runs pretty high on those wind gusts. So thank you, Jim Renfro in the park. Annie back in the booth and is telling me that we now have 2,800 customers without power in Fentress County. We're calling to get confirmation of what specifically, as far as the power outages, what type of damage may have occurred there. But we have 2,800 customers without power in Fentress County. So again, damage and winds is the main threat with any of these storms tonight. A few tornadoes are possible because the high winds aloft. We're going to get the storms rotating. So that's why we have a tornado watch in place till 1 a.m. So we got damage and winds, several tornadoes, a few tornadoes possible, and we'll also have heavy rainfall and flooding. We have a flood watch that will be in place until 8 a.m. It's going to cover the Central Valley. Here's the tornado watch that will be in place until 1 a.m. There's the flood watch until 8 a.m. So tornado watch until 1 a.m. that basically covers from Tazewell to Maryville West. That's the flood watch we're looking at right here. And the tornado watch similarly until just after midnight until 1 a.m. The greatest risk for severe storms pretty much from Knoxville, Maryville back to the plateau. Look at this significant risk. This is the same area where we're seeing some of those tornado warnings in the last hour and a half now. They're initiating coming off the plateau. That's where some of the greatest instability, highest wind energy, and just the best lift in the atmosphere is going on. Favorable conditions for tornadoes in the red area, but even in the enhanced area as well. Level 3 out of 5, severe weather, notice that is likely. And so a little bit lower in elevated risk, but certainly that's still a likelihood for severe weather anywhere in East Tennessee tonight. So we want you to be on guard and be ready to go to your safe place. We want you to be safe tonight. We'll do our best. Mike is going to continue to bring us the very latest on these storms, and I'll be here. We'll both be here to help you out. Rebecca Sweet, Cassie Nall also working behind the scenes to try to help you be safe tonight. And here's a look at severe risk. Mike, I'll let you go over that because you've been talking about these and highlighting these on social media as well. And for folks to understand the difference between a level 2 risk and a level 3 risk, and then we'll get back to that tornado warning in Morgan County.
Risk is for a lot of us in this area, and that level 3 risk is enhanced, which means we could have numerous severe thunderstorms, which we have already seen, it's verified. They've been persistent, they have lasted, and a few of them can be very intense. We had some wind gusts greater than 60 miles an hour with these storms, and also some hail. We had some hail reported into the southern areas of 3/4 inch to 1 inch in diameter, and that is correspondent level 4. You get the large hail with level 4. They're just at different levels to show the possibility of what we could receive with severe weather. So this one shows tornadoes possible. We haven't had a confirmation, but we have had several indicators that there have been enough spins in these storms to produce tornadoes that could make it to the ground. So that definitely verifies for the severe risk that we've had this evening in this area. Tornado warning continues for Bledsoe and Ray counties now, and that's till 8:15, and that's Eastern time, not Central time. And severe thunderstorm warning for McMinn, Meigs, and Ray County. Tornado possible there. That goes through 7:45, so that's ongoing for a little bit longer than at the moment. It'll continue for just a little bit more time until they they'll end up extending that. Tornado warning for Scott County. Let me see what the update is. Not Scott County, I'm sorry, for Meigs. Let's see.
Yeah, and that's got a tornado possible tag on that as well, Mike. That Loudon, McMinn, Meigs, Monroe, and Roan.
It definitely does. Let me look at get the velocity back up here, see if we see anything with that. Let me take off the radar I don't want to see so we can get a closer inspection of our own and try to see if we can pinpoint any Well, there
Mike, while you're looking at that real quick, I just wanted to pass along real quick. Rita Potter just messaged me on Facebook Messenger that they've got quarter-size hail in Lansing in Morgan County. So Rita Potter, thank you for that report. Quarter-size hail, which is severe. If you look at a coin, and that's a great way to pass along measurements of hail size in comparison to a coin. But if you look at a quarter size or larger is considered severe hail. Below that, nickel and dime's just below it, but got quarter-size severe hail in Lansing right now, and power outages in Fentress County, 2800. As we mentioned, we've got the severe thunderstorms continue to track up very quickly to the northeast, and if you're watching us in Loudoun County and also down toward McMinn County and all areas in between, again, looking at Mike's showing velocity right now, we're looking at that potential for some severe winds, particularly between Dayton and Spring City, where you see the brighter colors. That's where we're seeing those potential severe winds. So again, and notice that's a couplet we were seeing earlier near Spring City. So we're looking at a lot of different features here, a lot of spin in the atmosphere. There goes that circulation. Look how quickly that just went from earlier around Harriman and Oakdale and now passing by Wartburg and could continue to accelerate. There's that, thankfully, a little bit of a weakening circulation. About the time it just flew right over Wartburg. That's how fast these storms are moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Thank you, Mike. Kind of slow that down and see. Yeah. That perhaps, you know, a lot of times, and Mike made a great point a moment ago, even if it's not in contact with the ground, it could be a funnel aloft, but it still has a high probability and likelihood of producing damaging winds, whether it's an actual tornado on the ground or not. And that's the difference in the definition between a tornado and a funnel cloud. If it's in contact with the ground or anything touching the ground, like the tops of trees, that makes it a tornado. If it's not in contact with the ground, it's a funnel, but it could still be doing damage. So if we see a circulation, even if it's not on the ground, yeah, take cover, because it's likely producing damage. A wall of very heavy rain and high winds. That tornado warning for Morgan and Scott. Again, these storms racing from Sunbright and Wartburg right up into Scott County now. So Robbins, Winona, Fairview, Norma, and continuing heading up toward Huntsville and Oneida shortly throughout Scott County. Scott County, be prepared to get in your safe place. Notice, and you see this as well, Mike, there's a little bit of that, see that little wobble right there? There's a little bit of that rotation. So right there. That's the atmospheric circulation wanting to spin, wanting to rotate. That's exactly what the earlier circulation looked like that went right over Wartburg.
I'm also looking
that broad
at
rotation.
the whole thing. I mean, if you look closely, it's almost like there is somewhat of a even larger broad spin over the entire area. So that could indicate, I have to look at some other data, could indicate a positive vorticity, which means the spin is in a positive direction going upward, where it can create these spins that could produce the turbulence enough to have a tornado touch the ground. Even though we have this broad upper level spin, then it translates to these smaller storms themselves. And those end up spinning up a little bit, and then it gets transferred to the ground. Even the gusty winds, even if there's no tornado, some of those strong winds aloft could be transferred to the ground too, and we can get 60, 80 mile an hour wind speeds associated with some of these storms if that actually happens. And it happens often when we see such dynamic systems evolve the way this one has. We've been watching this for quite a while. Tornado warning stays active for Loudoun, McMinn, and Monroe counties until 8:30. That just came out. And still radar indicated rotation out of that particular one.
Yeah.
And that one's it's moving 60 miles an hour to the northeast. So let me take you back there, and Todd can oops, got to get off of that, don't I? Todd can tell you all about that particular one, since it's been tracking it for quite a while now. Yeah,
I tell you what, and Mike, thank you. Look, this is the one I'm looking at right here. We're looking at the same information. I've got my radar product right here with velocity. We're looking at the same thing. This storm is tightening up. Nyoda, Sweetwater, northern McMinn County into Monroe County, right there. That's the storm that's tightening up a little bit. Tighter circulation. Got a lot of lightning right around that center of circulation. See, that's what we call a little bit of a bounded weak echo region where the rain is wrapping around. Why is there a hole right there? Well, it's something that's wrapping around it. That could be the potential, what we call them as a cyclone or a larger cloud that's rotating like a wall cloud, and possible tornado. May have a hail core as well. We'll look at the veil plot in a moment, but got a core of some probably positive lightning right there. See that concentrated? And that's what I'm looking at right there. That system's, that core, that cell is tightening up. So heads up, north of Nodawta, west of Sweetwater. I want to go ahead and say heads up for Philadelphia in Loudoun County, Paint Rock in rural and southern parts of Roane County, basically right along the Roane, McMinn, Monroe, and Loudoun County line. So right in here, yeah, oh, thank you, Mike. That's what we're looking at, the potential hail and, or shear, excuse me, thank you. We're looking at the shear product right there, thank you. Yeah, right along 75, it looks like that was tracking, and it's moving up from Nodawta, Sweetwater, and we can just walk through the products if you want. But yeah, we're looking at that system that looks like it's tightening up. We've got a confirmation of some quarter-size hail earlier up in Morgan County, so Scott County, that storm's affecting you. But this is the cell right now that looks like it's tightening up as we speak, specifically just west of Sweetwater. It's going to be tracking basically paralleling I-75 coming up from McMinn County, maybe tracking just to the west of Sweetwater, but right into far southern Loudoun County and along the Loudoun-Roane County line, eventually between Paint Rock and Philadelphia. And then it continues to tracking through portions of Loudoun, maybe along the Loudoun-Roane County line. So Highway 70, Highway 321, thank you. There's that rotation. So that's a little bit of what we're seeing. It looks like it may be even more north, slightly east of north, but more north. So perhaps Paint Rock and more of into that Roane County area and along Loudoun County as well. And we'll continue to track this storm. So I said paralleling 75, but actually it looks like it may be a little bit even more of that northward component. This is a potential tornadic circulation. So we're going to continue to track this storm. The other storm we're tracking, again, this is in McMinn County, Monroe, Loudoun, Roane. This storm's going to quickly be moving into Roane County. There's that cell south of Spring City. That's damage and wind gusts showing up on velocity scan right there. So heads up Spring City and over toward 10 Mile, John Knox Center, and heads up. You can see some damage and wind gusts coming your way as well, and tracking up from Ray County into the western part of Roane County. So we got western Roane and eastern Roane, southeastern Roane County impacted from two different cells, and respectively. And there's a look, as Mike's showing right now, and there's a look at the tornado warning. And let's see, was that just issued, or was that issued a moment ago? Apologies if that was just updated.
That one's been issued.
Okay.
It actually kind of got reinforced. It's been issued.
An update. Okay, thank you, Mike.
There's Pikeville and tornado warning until 8:15. And it's right on. Let me go ahead and let me put the velocity on there. Let's see if we pick up anything there. Of course, I need to turn off. I should have this already set that way, but I need to turn off some of these other radars so that we can see it more clearly on what's happening here. Because we got a lot of radars at our fingertips around the area, and we can click on a lot of them. There is somewhat right around Pikeville there. And it just passed down over downtown, it looks like, where we did look at that. Look at the earlier. Yeah, I'm gonna
just like Wartburg, another circulation that goes right over a city.
Yeah, let me slow it down. Look at that.
Yeah,
that is much more defined signature that we have a spin there, and it was approaching Pikeville. This is 7:36. Look how fast. 3 minutes time.
Yeah.
Well, 5 minutes time. It's in downtown Pikeville, and it continues to track to the northeast.
Yeah, very fast. That's the nature of these storms. There's that storm from earlier in Pikeville that's now north of Pikeville. There's the one approaching Spring City. We got the one north of Nodawta, west of Sweetwater, approaching Paint Rock, and we've got a line of intense storms that's moving out of Morgan County, into Scott County, now north and east of Sunbright and Wartburg, accelerating past Rugby, heading up from Robbins toward Oneida, Winona, Norma. You're seeing some intense lightning. That line of storms, right here, this is where we have the potential velocity showing that we could have the 50 to 60 mile per hour severe winds or higher. But again, a lot of if you look at a little bit of a slight bowing out nature, these winds are going to be pushing this line of heavy rainfall, even some slight counterclockwise rotation, cyclonic rotation showing up within this line. That also makes it severe. You can see a little bit of that. If you're seeing that little twisty motion, you're seeing it correctly. That's exactly what it looks like. Thank you, Mike. And that's going to be continue to track up. So a wall of damage and winds is possible, and excessive heavy rainfall. Wind damage and heavy rainfall looks like it's likely, unfortunately, for Scott County and for neighboring Fentress County. At last report, we had 2,800 customers without power. So again, there's Norman, Robbins, and this is tracking off to the north and east, Fairview as well, and eventually heading up perhaps toward Jellicoe. If you're watching this in Kentucky, this is going to be coming your way eventually toward Whitley City, and also McCreary and Whitley counties in Kentucky. So there's a look at the storm track storm moving very fast. And Mike, let's go back on down into Roane County and track that tornado warning now. It was issued at 7:40, and so 7 minutes ago, and that is for Roane County, also Loudoun County, McMinn County, and Monroe County. This is the storm right here, and you can see we got multiple cells, but there's the one for Bledsoe and Ray, and there's the one also for Ray County right there. But this is there's a little bit deeper core right here, Paint Rock and Roane County. Again, McMinn, Monroe, Roane counties, tornado warning, and Loudoun, excuse me, until 8:30. So Loudoun, McMinn, Monroe, and Roane counties. And again, this particular cell continues to show sign of rotation right there. And that's thank you, Mike. That's a look at velocity, and where you see these brighter blues, particularly from around Sweetwater and over 10 Mile, that's damage and winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. That's likely, besides the parent storm right here, we could have a circulation that continues to show signs of a potential tornadic circulation. Again, could be a funnel cloud aloft. Don't have a confirmation for anything on the ground, but we do have a tornado warning and some strong signals there that it could be cycling up and down. And so this is right along the Roane, Monroe, and Loudoun County line, coming out of McMinn County past Niota now, excuse me, and just to the west, but almost paralleling 75, but moving north-northeast. So we're highlighting Paint Rock. Rural sections of Roane County, heads up. Damage and winds, that's a core of damage and winds right there about to hit Paint Rock and cross over Highway 72 and eventually Highway 70, 321. So if you live in Roane County and perhaps western Loudoun County along and perhaps and also just west of 75 in Roane County, western Loudoun County, heads up. That's going to continue to, if it holds together like this, it will eventually attract perhaps toward Oak Ridge and Oliver Springs. So we'll keep you updated on that. And that's showing, just an elongated signal there. We're looking at potentially some damage and winds, maybe some extra dust and different things in the air that's also being picked up by those potentially damage and wind. So that's what Doppler radar is showing. So tornado warning, for Monroe, Loudoun, and also Roane counties until 8:30, as well as McMinn, and also that severe thunderstorm warning again coming up into Scott County. And there's the Bledsoe and Ray County storms, the tornado warning. So again, these storms are moving very fast. You can see when we see the individual discrete cells like this, it's one thing to have a line, but notice how some of these are separate. They're individual. Each one of these could have a core of rotating winds and the possibility of a tornadic circulation. So number one, that's why we have a tornado watch, which means severe weather, including tornadoes, are possible over a long period of time. That's going to run through 1 a.m. for the plateau into the Central Valley. But also, it means that we have that potential for very damage and wind gusts associated with any of these cells. So see that darker purple right there? That's damage and winds heading into Roane County and right toward Paint Rock. There's the latest scan. Mike, you were talking about this a moment ago. I'll let you chime right in because, you were talking about, I think it was Pikeville, that in less than 5 minutes, it just went right over. So these storms are certainly accelerating through the region.
Yes, it definitely didn't take much time at all. And the same with Paint Rock. Let's go ahead and I'll show you how little time it takes to get to where it is, since these are moving so fast. And this particular storm is moving at 60 miles per hour. This is the last 30 minutes. So it wasn't very, it was a long ways away. Actually, it was down toward Athens, further south on 75, and in 30 minutes time, it made it all the way up into Paint Rock. And that's where we see some of the heaviest downpours, potential for hail. Let me go ahead and see if the hail product shows any particular type of track associated with it. Sometimes it's better to show the actual hail signature than the track. So I'm gonna pop that up here in just a second to see if we see it. Yes, we do. It's south of Paint Rock, but we're getting a little signature there, potential hail. And that's outside of Sweetwater up to the northwest of Sweetwater. could have been some hailstones associated with that particular storm. Lightning, again, hasn't been tremendous. We've noticed a few lightning strikes here and there, but overall, it hasn't been that bad when it comes to lightning. Now this shows vertically integrated liquid, and it really has ramped up a lot. It shows so much moisture in this particular storm, and a Ville of 58, yeah, it's going to be raining quite a bit. Let me go ahead and show you how much rain, precipitation rate that we have out of that one. It's shifted northward because some of these products may be just a little behind, but you get an idea of what's going on, where it's coming from, where it's going, and how much rain. Precipitation rate in these are just crazy, and it could be hail. It could be that hail signature we saw, and but it could be coming down 2 inches per hour too. And I have seen some of that already happening across the area with precipitation rates. One more time, go back to velocity, and look at that right on top of paint rock. See that?
Yeah.
Big signature there,
yep,
showing the potential spin, and it's just to the south of downtown Paint Rock. Going to put that a little bit in motion, see if we can see it move. It just kind of shows up there. Boom. Just showed up over the past couple of minutes.
Look at that. I mean, in severe mode, we're getting updates every 1 to 2 minutes, but it's right along, as you mentioned, right around Paint Rock, Highway 72. And Mike, I wanted to chime in. I'm going to bring, I've got my little stool here with a computer. We're going to look at Charles Dalton with the Weather Service, National Weather Service in Morristown. Spotter reported a funnel cloud in McMinn County. This was back at 7:42 near E.K. Baker Elementary School. So when we're showing you some of these products, we're getting some confirmations of rotation, spotted funnel clouds. Not necessarily a tornado on the ground, but kind of confirming what we're seeing right here with what Doppler radar is showing when we show you those potential funnel clouds. So yeah, if you're watching from Paint Rock, that could be just a funnel cloud, but it has the potential to touch down at any point in time. So we are looking at some tornadic circulations that have been rotating through the region. Also, we've got a spotter that was reporting lowering perhaps funnel cloud or wall cloud. That was the one east of Pikeville on Highway 30, earlier. And so those are some of the different information from some of those sales that we were looking at earlier.
Now, what time did you say it was in McMinn County?
McMinn County, that was 7:42 at E.K. Baker Elementary School. A report of a funnel. That's the storm that was moving, again, from McMinn County towards Sweetwater, Nyota area. So that was, just 12 minutes ago now. And so these storms, again, accelerating to the north and east. So yeah, potential funnel. Of course, that's long gone now. We can go back up the north, accelerate.
Yeah, I was just seeing if I could see that.
Sure.
At all. It looks like there could be a signature right there south of Athens that happened around that time.
Right. But it's the nature of how fast these storms are moving. And again, we're starting to see these. Notice there, yeah, you can see some of those circulations that we were tracking earlier around Pikeville, Spring City, earlier in Wartburg, Paint Rock, again, earlier from Athens up toward Nyota. And again, the very latest right now is along Highway 72 near Paint Rock and continuing into far eastern rural sections of Roane County, right near the Roane-Loudoun County line, west of Interstate 75, moving north-northeast at 60 miles per hour. So here's Highway 70, and yeah, if you live along Highway 70 near the Roane and into Loudoun County, well, you already know the intense rain you're receiving right now, but you got some damaging winds. And I tell you what, a lot of times when we have any type of tornadic circulation, a lot of times the heavy rain and even hail precedes the potential tornado that's usually on the back end. And so not always, doesn't mean if you have rain and hail, oh my gosh, doesn't mean that. But sometimes in tornadic circulations and systems, the heavy rain and hail precedes, runs in front of a tornado that's on the back end, and there's a void of rain sometimes where you have that circulation. So we'll have to just keep a close eye on this, is what we're saying with the potential funnel cloud right now. Tornado warning does continue till 8:30 though, Loudoun, Monroe, and Roane counties. So the tornado warning, for McMinn County has expired, and that's the latest from the National Weather Service. Got a severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for Campbell, Scott, Anderson, and Morgan County, and that, I may have read something old right there. But that may have been more of an update.
There is a flash flood warning now that has been issued because of a couple of inches of rain in these areas already area-wide. Bledsoe, also Hamilton County, Marion, Meigs, Ray counties, all under that flash flood warning. So you probably need to just stay put. If you are out and about, don't drive through any water that you see at all, because it could easily displace your car pretty quickly. Again, turn around, don't drown, as we always say, is certainly a great idea. These areas have been getting droves of rain, and I have a feeling we have probably more flash flooding that's going to happen later on through the evening because of the potential for more rain that's coming in from the west. I can show you the huge field that we're dealing with, and it's coming in all the way from the other side of the state. Uh-oh, we got a new one, and this one's pink. This isn't good.
Yeah.
This typically means
that's the tornado emergency with considerable damage possible.
So let me put that on here now that we're on live. Oops, didn't get the road name.
Go ahead and go ahead and we'll do thank you, Mike. We'll go ahead and do that track and run through the. You can stop it if you want. We'll go ahead and do that scan, reflectivity, velocity, then CC it. I do want to mention that, and also Cassie Knowles in contact with the Weather Service got a picture of a rotating wall cloud. That was the one that went through Pikeville earlier. So just confirming what we're seeing on radar. But Mike, let's highlight that particular storm right there, and that is the tornado warning. Let me hop over and see if I can get that information too of what we're looking at. That's a tornado warning that is for Loudoun, McMinn, Monroe, and Roane counties until 8:30. And let me try to read the latest from the National Weather Service of what they're showing. This is the storm for central Loudoun, north central McMinn, northwestern Monroe, and central Roane until 8:30. And we do have that severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, but it looks like they've issued an update on that particular storm, and that's the tornado warning that we're looking. And if National Weather Service folks are watching us right now, may need to reissue that so it'll come through our system again. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the latest on that particular storm, since it is, when it shows up pink, I mean, it's a pretty good idea that it has been spotted, or there's enough of a signature to know that there is a tornado. I'm going to take off flash flood warning so we can hopefully get just the tornado warning that we need. I'm going to save that off when I do it, because we got a lot of flash flood warnings. And
hey, Mike, sorry.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I just finally found the information regarding that. Let's go to that. Yeah, let's go to this tornado warning right here for Loudoun and Roane. Here's what we've got. This is at 7:57, so 3 minutes ago. And again, Mike, we'll go back and forth on this one, looking at the different products. But weather spotters confirmed a tornado. So we have a confirmed tornado, and that's what's showing right here in the purplish pink area. As Mike said, oh, that's not good. Yeah, you don't want to see that, because that goes from a radar indicated tornado. It's possible, take action, certainly. But now we've got confirmed tornado by spotters, law enforcement, and official spotters.
It was located near Loudoun, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. See if we can see that on velocity. I'll get that back again.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead. Yeah, the tornado will be near Loudoun at 8 o'clock, Lenore City, Oak Ridge at 8:05. So here we are at 8 o'clock straight up. So yeah, Loudoun, Lenore City, Oak Ridge, they need to go ahead and be in your safe place. We got a confirmed tornado. This is one we're continuing to track, and let's go ahead and we can go. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go in tight on that particular circulation, and we're looking at this one that continues to track. Looks like just west of Lenore City, or maybe back out a little bit more, Mike, just for perspective, and then certainly we'll go forward there. Here's Lenore City, again, Interstate 75, and the circulation of, again, we had a confirmed, weather spotters confirmed the tornado. Let me see if they give any more information. The tornado has been observed. That's all I have right now as far as the location waiting to see if that was where it was confirmed by the National Weather Service. But the storm we're tracking near Paint Rock in Roane County, again, this is what we're looking at right here. So again, here's Tennessee National tracking up from Loudoun in Roane County. There's Paint Rock, and again, this is an observed, confirmed tornado that it's going to be tracking through eastern Roane County along the Roane and Loudoun County line near and just west of Interstate 75, and it's going to be tracking up into southern Anderson County. So if you live in Oak Ridge and northern, near the split, basically, Dixie Lee Junction, coming up into Anderson County, there's a look at that potential rotation. Let's show the velocity scan, and then maybe CC as well. Thank you, Mike, as we do have a tornado warning with the confirmed. So there's a look at the debris signature. That's kind of broad, but there's something that the radar is detecting, whether it be dirt, leaves, again, and other obstructed type material that's getting lofted into the air. So we're looking at the potential for some lofted debris, excuse me, and that also gives a confirmation that we could have a tornado on the ground. And we just got information from the National Weather Service, again, of a confirmed tornado coming through eastern Roane County and western Loudoun County, just to the west of Interstate 75, crossing over Highway 70, and here's Interstate 40. So continuing to track up through Roane County, and again, here's the split right here, and again, in Oak Ridge and southern Anderson County. Probably go ahead and mention Oliver Springs, yeah, and Norwood areas need to be prepared to take cover for you. So what do you do? What do you do if there's a tornado warning? Where do you take cover? You go to your safe place, okay? You got time, but it's moving fast. Your safe place is the lowest floor of your home, when it's sturdy home or building. Basement's the best place to be. A small interior room away from outer walls and windows. A bathroom, hallway, or closet, that's the best place to be. So again, get into your safe place. This is a tornado warning, and look how far that extends. This is because of the speed. So we got a confirmed tornado that was located near Paint Rock in eastern rural Roane County right now. There's that potential tornado right now, and it's going to go all the way through Anderson County potentially. Now we'll have to see if it holds together. It could weaken. It may tighten up a little bit, but the potential is there for a confirmed tornado that spotters have confirmed, tracking all the way from Roane County up through Anderson County and maybe parts of Hardin Valley and deep west Knox County. So in the Hardin Valley, Hickory Creek area, and tracking up from Solway, eventually Edgemore Road, and eventually toward Claxton High School, eventually Clinton, Rocky Top, and continuing around Oak Ridge and on down toward Oliver Springs and Marlowe community as well as Bryceford, Medford. If I mention your community up toward Caryville, eventually Cove Lake, you need to be prepared to be in your safe place. And Mike, I'll let you talk about the track of what we're seeing right now. These are the communities where you need to take cover. Mike?
Okay, just want to recap a confirmed tornado here, so take shelter in these areas that I've tracked it along. There's a tornado warning now that extends into Roane, Knox, Loudoun counties, and that tornado warning is confirmed. Confirmed tornado was near Loudoun and moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Can have quarter-size hail.
Okay.
Now, spotters did confirm it, so you definitely would take shelter immediately. It's moving extremely fast, so you need to make sure you go to the place that it's the safest in your house. Typically is a basement if you got one. If you don't, first floor. Surround yourself with as many walls as possible. Small closet, no windows, or a small room is where you need to go to protect yourself as much as you can. Now, some of these places, 9 minutes in Oak Ridge probably won't be long. It's probably a few minutes shy of that already. Carnes in 11 minutes. Powell, 15 minutes. Take shelter.
Yep.
20 minutes from Caryville. La Follette, you're a good 25 minutes away, but again, that takes less than a half an hour at this particular speed to reach you.
Yeah.
So we'll continue to track those and hopefully not have any more confirmations, but boy, that's the first confirmation we have actually had with this particular storm. And that's not the only one anyway. We have other storms that could potentially drop tornadoes too that we've been watching rotation with. So there's that tornado warning. That's for Bledsoe and Ray, but I want to zoom in a little bit closer to the one that we're tracking here that has a tornado that has been verified.
Yeah, Mike, I'm gonna chime in with you. Keep going.
Yes, sir. Go
excuse me, Oak Ridge. You need to be in your safe place because this is a storm. It's tightening up on the circulation. What I'm seeing right here, and this is going to be tracking from Roane County into southern Anderson County. It's moving very quickly, as Mike was just talking about. There's a separate circulation that's about to move into Oliver Springs right now. So Oliver Springs, get to your safe place, as Mike just told you. Again, that is the lowest floor, sturdy home or building. Put as many walls between you and the outside as you can, away from outer walls and windows. And there's a separate tight circulation. It's wrapping up a little bit stronger. It's in eastern Roane County, and it's moving toward Oak Ridge. Now, when we talk about these things wrapping up a little strong, and again, we want you to stay calm. You have time to reach your safe place. But again, we want to emphasize that we are looking at this. This is a serious situation with a possible damage and winds from a tornado. There's the brand new update. Tornado warning now just issued. Right there's good, Mike. Anderson, Knox, Loudon, and Roane until 8:45. So again, multiple cells, but this is the main one that's crossing over now. Highway 70. Cutshaw's good friends. You need to be in your safe place. Other than that, we're looking at, yes, Oak Ridge. We are continuing to track this storm from Roane County into Anderson County and now western Knox County, including Hardin Valley, Hickory Creek area. This is going to be moving up towards Solway, Edgemore Road areas, but also, again, Oak Ridge. This particular cell does show some strong signs of tightening up a little bit. Let's go ahead and look at velocity while we're right here on this same view. And this is potential hail on the northern side, and then we've got that circulation. You can see these are, that's perfect, Mike. There's a separate circulation heading toward Oliver Springs. This one right here, we have inflow winds coming in right there from the south, and it's wrapping around right like that. It's curving around. So we're looking at that cyclonic circulation, and this is crossing right along Interstate 40 now. Next scan, it'll be up about right here, probably, or just to the southwest of Oak Ridge. So it's going to be in Oak Ridge. Let's go ahead and do a track on this. Thank you, Mike. Between Coalfield, Oliver Springs, and Oak Ridge, heading up toward the Marlowe community and Roane County, Morgan County, and Anderson County. And again, also for parts of West Knox County, deep West Knox County. Again, we're looking at the potential for this tornadic circulation causing damage. So there's Oak Ridge, 12 minutes or less. This storm's moving very quickly. This is the latest track. Jackson Square in Oak Ridge, 14 minutes. And also Dossett, about 18 minutes from right now. Briceville, just under 30 minutes. So this is the storm again in Roane County with a confirmed tornado. And that's why we were showing you that tornado warning that was in purplish pink color, because that's a confirmed tornado, and it could be looking at some considerable damage associated with this cell. A separate possible tornado, at least a funnel cloud, looks like it's showing up around Oliver Springs, and that will continue to track from Norwood, Oliver Springs, heading up toward Petros and Coalfield. So coming out of Roane County into southern Morgan, southern Anderson County. Again, make sure you go to your safe place, lowest floor, sturdy home or building. And again, you probably won't have to take cover too long, because there's a look at the track. Actually, it wasn't as far as up north I thought it'd be, but it's moving northeast very quickly at 55 to 60 miles per hour. We had a confirmed tornado in Loudon earlier by storm spotters. Andy, go ahead and roll that video. We have some video we can share with you right now, sent in to us by viewers. Okay, and Andy, just go ahead and feed me that information, what we're looking at here. McMinn County? Okay, this is the, and also saw this is the bigger wall cloud right there. This is McMinn County. And obviously there's a house in the way right there, but it looks like there's a lowering cloud. There's a look at the broader, what we call a wall cloud. So if a tornado or funnel cloud forms, it's going to form from a lowering wall cloud with a darker base of the clouds right there. And then you see a funnel drop down, and that's when you see a tornado from a lowering wall cloud. That's a darker cloud that extends with an appendage dropping out of that. That's the funnel cloud or tornado. There's the tightening circulation right there. Here's Oak Ridge. And again, Oliver Springs, just right here, Coalfield, Petros, and again, the couple different circulations. This is the tornado warning that we're going to track heading toward Oak Ridge, eventually near Clinton. It's racing to the north-northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So again, in Oak Ridge, 11 minutes or less. Again, this storm is going to be accelerating. Deep West Knox County, including parts of Hardin Valley, included in the tornado warning. And again, because close enough, even if it's not directly under the path, there are some really strong winds. where you see these brighter greens, really strong winds that could create and cause some wind damage that we're looking at across the region. So that's the very latest of what we're seeing. We showed you that video of the wall cloud earlier, and again, some other information. Possible funnel cloud was spotted by a spotter in Lenore City less than 5 minutes ago. And that's also coming in from the National Weather Service. We've got hail that's being reported in Roane County, and confirmed rotating wall cloud earlier in the tornado warned storm near Harrison. And so that's also coming in to us. That was from those storms that were tracking to the north and east. So take cover again. Oak Ridge, that's what we're looking at. This is the debris signature. We could have some lofted debris or dirt, etc., within the storm that the tornadic circulation is picking up, and that means we got the potential for damaging winds and very strong winds with a possible tornado that's tracking again from Roane County moving into southern Anderson County. So from Oak Ridge to Oliver Springs, Kellytown Road area, Highway 61, Highway 62, as you're coming out of Anderson County and the sliver of Roane County into Morgan County, this is the area right now that's what we're seeing, that storm tracking. Again, tornado warning for Loudoun and Roane County till 8:30, and a tornado warning till 8:45 for Anderson, Knox, Loudoun, and Roane County. So it's basically a handoff. It's heading off right now, coming from Loudoun and Roane, and 8:30. But notice how fast it's moving. So the handoff is then into Anderson, Knox, Roane, Loudoun, and Roane counties. That's going to be until 8:45. So that's what we're looking at. There's a look at the core of that cell right now. Confirmed tornado, again, by spotters. We have funnel cloud confirmations, and there's a look. Unfortunately, that is a tight circulation. So let's zoom right back on into that, keeping Oak Ridge in view right here, Mike.
Yeah, it's getting more pronounced.
Yeah, go ahead. And that's what we're looking at, moving to the northeast. And we can go ahead and show a CC as well. And Bethel Valley Road, this is where this potential tornado in Highway 95 is tracking right now. There's Highway 95 right there. Again, so we got Blair Road, 95, Bethel Valley. There's the CC product. It looks like we do have some lofted debris. This could be a damaging confirmed tornado on the ground. That's what we're looking at right now. That's tracking from Roane County into southern Anderson County and near Oak Ridge. So here's Oak Ridge right here. Again, we're not going to get too specific. It may be just west, but it could be very close to Oak Ridge. And again, Highway 95, and again, Centennial Golf Course up here. We got Bethel Valley Road, and again, as you come in on the Oak Ridge Turnpike, and of course, Highway 62, as you're leaving Oak Ridge and heading toward Oliver Springs and Kellytown Road, Highway 61, Highway 62. These areas will be in play for potentially some damage and winds from this confirmed tornado. That's what we're seeing right now. This is the winds coming out of the south, winds wrapping around from the east, and that's a cyclonic circulation, what we call a TVS, tornadic vortex signature. And that's the storm that's racing off northeast, perhaps even more north than northeast. And so Oak Ridge, 10 minutes or less. Jackson Square, 13 minutes or less. Go ahead and shave at least several to 5 minutes off of this because it's moving so quickly. So if you're listed here in these communities, and again, I'll read these off as well: Conestoga Heights, Dossett, Laurel Grove, this is probably not there. Some of these are old. Westwood Estates, and also Seaber Flats. If I mention your community, and basically Oak Ridge to Oliver Springs and up to the Marlowe community, this is where we're tracking this tight circulation that continues to develop. And so, Mike, that's the latest we're seeing right now. Let me send it over to you, and Annie's in the booth if we have any other reports from viewers. We want you to safely share weather information. We don't want you to be in the storm's path, but if you safely have pictures or video or storm reports, newstips@wbir.com. If you can feed us those with either the information, the pictures, the video, we'd appreciate any type of storm reports because we'll share those with our viewers as well. And you see, again, we're elsewhere and otherwise, we're tracking multiple storms. We'll do a live view in a minute as well, Mike, just to make sure we're covering everybody. And because storms continue to track off the plateau and the weather into the Western Valley with very heavy rainfall.
Yeah,
but right now,
if you're in Oak Ridge, or if you're in South Oak Ridge and you're in Hardin Valley, that's where you need to take shelter immediately if you haven't already, because it's impending and it's moving right in your direction as it moves over Hardin Valley. You can see it there. It's going to go into Carnes perhaps, or at least the eastern or the western and northern part of Carnes as it moves northward toward looks like Edgemore Road. 162 goes northward there and intersects Solway. You're in that particular path of that storm. Now, it may just end up going between Solway and Oak Ridge, but you know, we don't know how broad exactly this particular tornado is. If it's broader, it could affect more real estate, and eventually it's going to go up to Clinton. So in those areas, you need to take shelter if you haven't done so, and do it right now, because that is a confirmed tornado that we have on the ground there. Everything else seems to have, let me check it out and get the latest on the watches and warnings so I don't miss anything. That's the one of most concern, of course, at the moment, but there are other severe thunderstorm warnings, and they have been ongoing through the evening. Also, flood concerns. We have flash flood warnings and flood advisories that we can go over in a little bit, but the main concern is going to be these thunderstorms producing damaging wind and a possible tornado, too, out of some of these storms that maybe don't have a tornado warning. See, we watched that one, but this particular storm northward has a possible tornado up in Campbell, Scott, Morgan, Anderson counties, and that severe thunderstorm warning goes to 8:45, so it's going for quite a bit of time now. I'm going to turn it over to Velocity to see if we pick up anything with that one. Yes, there could be possibly even straight line winds out of that one, right around La Follette if it's not a tornado, because look at that difference. And that means there's some very violent winds associated with that storm as it moves in. See, the greens are toward, the reds are away, so it should be moving away. This is the radar back toward the west of us that I'm showing at this moment. So a lot of it is definitely going to be impacting us this evening with some damaging winds in that area. Then, of course, we got that one to the south we've been watching that had a pretty good couplet as well. Let me go ahead and back out those, try to get the entire picture of what we're seeing this evening, because there's quite a bit going on. It's not just this. We have, look at all the rain. Even though we have some serious, severe weather going through, we're going to be inundated thereafter with just droves of rain through the rest of the night. And that's why we said this is going to last for quite some time tonight. Probably not until early morning hours do we notice the rain move on out into North Carolina and away from us, because everything's sweeping that direction.
Yeah,
so
Mike, you can see that. Yeah, you can see that storm right over Oak Ridge now. That's the potential tornado that's coming into the Oak Ridge area, tracking up from south to north. Tornado warning until 8:45 now for Anderson, Knox, Loudoun, and Roane counties. Thank you, Mike. And yeah, those storms accelerating to the north and east and continuing to track very quickly. Again, we do have the weather impact alert for tonight and into tomorrow. Mike's showing the velocity right now as far as the scan. This is a look at that potential tornado that's tracking very close to Oak Ridge. More damaging winds possible coming up from Oliver Springs into the Marlowe community and Anderson County. So if you're in Oak Ridge, you need to be in your safe place right now. Jackson Square area, Oak Ridge Turnpike, again crossing over from Highway 95, and will be 25W tracking up and across that between Oak Ridge and Clinton very shortly. So again, this is what we're looking at, this potential tornado. We have a confirmed tornado by weather spotters. It was confirmed in between Paint Rock and Loudoun back just before 8 o'clock at about 7:55. Now, there's a potential damage wind. Certainly, that latest scan does not have quite the tightest circulation. That may be some good news. We'll certainly hope and pray for weakening, certainly, but still looking at this impactful tornado that was confirmed on the ground coming up from parts of Roane and Loudoun counties earlier near Loudoun, and now this is the storm near Oak Ridge, and it's continued to track to the north-northeast at 55 to 60 miles per hour. Okay, go ahead, Andy. Let's go ahead and take that. We have some pictures from Oak Ridge that we can share. Oak Ridge National Lab, ORNL, that we can show you coming up right here in just a moment.
We also have some pea-sized hail being reported.
Just take it up whenever it comes up. I'll continue to talk. Damaging winds are showing up right now in Oak Ridge, and these are some of the pictures from ORNL. So I don't know if we can take each one of those. Oh, those are live pictures. Okay. Okay. This is the best we can do. This has as much clearance as we got. Yeah, no, we're looking at, you can see the heavier rains and certainly, and potentially, damaged winds. One thing that's obviously you can see, I see the lights on, so that's, perhaps good news. You want to check and see if you got power still on. But look at that. Look at that to the left there, the east barrier. Again, you see the east portal, the east barrier, intersection Scarborough Road. And again, these are some cameras available for us to see at ORNL as this storm in this tornado in circulation is passing over Oak Ridge right now, and with some very high winds, very heavy rain. There's a look at the one on both the left and right, show the sheets of rain. Wow, look at that. I know, it's coming down, and we want you to be in your safe place, certainly in Oak Ridge. And again, that's the look at the circulation. It looks like it may be slightly weaker from what it was earlier. That would be some good news. And again, you can see there's multiple different circulations that we were tracking. This is the one, and Mike, if you go down to maybe lower, down to the south a little bit more, we can see that cell and just kind of show the progression of how it was, again, kind of a confirmed circulation earlier right there from near Loudon, Paint Rock area, and now tracking up near the, right there, thank you, Mike. That was when it was really tightening up as it came across from Highway 70 and right here, and then right across Interstate 40, and continuing, and that's Interstate 40, and then continuing up toward Bethel Valley Road as you came out of Roane County and into southern Anderson County. That's the cell right there that was continuing to track, and that was the tornado that was confirmed earlier. And so now we'll go ahead, thank you, Mike. There's still got damage and winds, still a little bit more of a broader circulation. It's not as tight, but still a tornado warning in place until 8:45 for Anderson. It also includes western Knox County. So we have some of those damage and winds potentially. And Mike said this a moment ago for the impending storm in the Hardin Valley area between Hardin Valley and Oak Ridge. So right along Pellissippi, obviously coming out of Knox County into Anderson County toward Oak Ridge, looking at some impactful storms. And wow, that's still a strong signal. And when we see this on the CC, correlation coefficient, that's lofted debris that's showing up right there. So damage and winds are likely that have been passing through Oak Ridge, Jackson Square area, and right across, now moving very quickly. Thank you, Mike, for what we're looking at right there. Again, that's unfortunately the signal that we sometimes will look at when we're talking about, has there been a confirmation tornado? We're not sure if it's on the ground or not. Two things. We've got a confirmation from weather spotters that a tornado was on the ground at 7:55 near Loudon and between there and Paint Rock. And now when we look at just radar products, this helps us to see, it may be on the ground, because if we see debris and a debris signature on this correlation coefficient product, CC for short, that's when we're talking about, yeah, it's lofting some of the debris, some of the stuff that it's picking up off the ground. And again, that could be some destructive winds is what that equates to. So that's what we're looking at near and just north of Oak Ridge. And again, there's Highway 95 that tracks again from Oak Ridge and continuing up toward Clinton, 25W. And this is going to continue to move. It looks like probably tracking near or just west of Clinton, but we'll be tracking up toward Briceville and Medford and up toward Rocky Top and formerly Lake City, and continuing up toward Caryville in time. So in Knoxville, we're seeing some impressive showers and storms that are just to our west and are going to be moving in with the potential for heavy rain and flooding. And do want to remind you, as we look at the latest track with this potential tornado still near Oak Ridge and heading up toward Rocky Top, a reminder, we have a tornado watch in place until 1 a.m. We could see damage and winds, heavy rainfall. We have a flood watch in place until 8 a.m. Sunday. So here are the watches: tornado watch until 1 a.m. and a flood watch until 8 a.m. Sunday morning. So both the severe threat and the heavy rainfall threat are expected to continue at least until midnight, if not shortly after, and then we'll see the impactful storms slowly winding down by early in the morning. But the severe threat is going to continue as we go through, again, the rest of this evening into the early overnight hours. And just trying to look at some of the latest information from the National Weather Service. And P to dime size hail reported and on the Oak Ridge Turnpike as that storm was tracking to the east. We have video of that. Good timing. It's on the right hand side. Okay. Oh yeah, thank you. I don't know if I can be on the key at the same time. If not, it's totally fine. If I'll step off. But Annie, right there with the mouse on the right hand picture, that is P size hail that has been reported, and that's showing up at ORNL. So if you look to the right-hand side, see the mouse, the pointer right there, that's pea-sized hail on the right-hand side. And the one on the left also shows it, doesn't it, Andy, on the shoulder right there? The streets are wet, but on the right-hand side, it looks like that's hail piled up on the right, yeah, right there. So, yeah, we've got the pea-sized hail, pea to dime-sized hail, excuse me, confirmed by spotters. So that's what's accumulating. That's what was showing up right there. Thank you, guys. Right there on the shoulder and on the lanes right here. So that was some hail with that very high winds and heavy rain, the possible tornado that came in. And this is hail that's piled up on the side of the road as well. Now, pea to dime size, that's just below severe size, but nonetheless, pretty impressive that we did have that hail core with that possible tornado as it tracked through Oak Ridge and just to the east of Oak Ridge. There's that circulation. Wow, that kind of shifted a little bit more east with those damaging winds potentially.
It did.
Go ahead, Mike. I'll let you talk about that right there. Yes.
Yeah, there's signs that it is weakening somewhat. So the National Weather Service is not going to continue to have another tornado warning issue. What they're going to do is, if it continues to be active, issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado associated with this particular signature that we're seeing there. That's moving right toward Clinton. That's where we could potentially have a tornado still on the ground regardless. There have been flood advisories, too many to go through right now.
Sarge.
Just realize there could be some flooding, some advisories, and some warnings. So make sure that if you have to get out, you know, take safe routes that you know that don't flood, that don't usually have any water running over flooded areas. You don't want to drive through any of those areas. It's best to stay put if you really can. I mean, that's the key, because there's no reason, unless it's just dire, that you have to get out in this mess right now, because there's a lot more coming than just this. So this tornado warning will be expiring come 8:45, and the way it looks, unless something changes, the National Weather Service will issue a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado associated with this particular storm as it drives toward the northeast. There has been some small hail, there has been damaging wind, there has been a tornado spotted earlier out of this storm. Not much in the way of lightning, although you see a few lightning strikes. Downpours are tremendous, so you're going to get some very heavy rain leading to some localized flooding quickly. That could also lead to power outages, and that's because we have strong wind and the saturated ground already of several inches of rain that has come out of some of these storms, and it's not over yet because there's a bigger area of rain yet to come in. Let me zoom out for you, but it doesn't make you sick to do that so quickly. But we do have the huge field of rain. It hasn't even cleared Nashville yet. They've been getting droves of rain long ago. I'm going to go back, let me go back several hours. Let's go back 12 hours. I'll show you where it was 12 hours ago. So 12 hours ago, remember, we had a lot of rain in the morning, lifted northward. Now look, Nashville just started getting hit at 3 o'clock. And now here at 8:30, they are still in the rain. It's been raining there for hours, 5-6 hours, and it's going to rain even more before it comes to an end, because there's still more rain and thunder west of where the Nashville is, which means we have a long night of rain. Our severe weather will probably lessen now that we're stabilizing the atmosphere by getting all of these severe thunderstorms and tornadic thunderstorms and the rain coming down. So once all this clears, we're through the night going to still have rain all the way through probably early morning hours before it tapers off. So I just wanted everybody to be aware of that.
Yeah, Mike, thank you for that replay, that review. Actually, that was a very good perspective. That's the length of time that we're looking at. Mike just shared a little bit of good news. The National Weather Service, still some damage and winds possible up toward Clinton. So take cover in Clinton. Could see some damage and wind gusts approaching your area from Clinton to Rocky Top to Caryville. But at least the tornado warning, I know it's still showing up here. They're going to allow that to kind of expire and go with severe thunderstorm warning. Some of that rotation has weakened. So we always like to share some good news. More good news, no power outages being reported in Oak Ridge right now after that storm went through. We did have a confirmation. Greg Williams, weather spotter there from the National Weather Service chat room, said reporting quarter-size hail was confirmed in Oak Ridge. And I want to thank Sarge in Oak Ridge, who is always a great weather spotter and a great friend as well. Just texted me, said, just cleared Jackson Square. This is Sarge. Torrential rain, dime-size hail, winds, but rain mostly straight down. No sign of damage, no power loss as of about 5 minutes ago. So hopefully that remains but some good news as this storm, it did bring a lot of rain, a lot of wind, and hail. Again, anywhere from pea, dime, up to quarter-size hail being confirmed, but no power outages and no damage reported as of now, and hopefully that holds, obviously. But this storm still has some impactful high winds and potentially damaging wind gusts, and perhaps power outages still possible with those high winds approaching Clinton. So certainly be in your safe place as we are looking at that line. That was a tornado warning earlier. It was a confirmation again earlier just before 8 o'clock around Loudon to Paint Rock, and that was a storm, that tornado that we were tracking Oak Ridge. And now this is a weaker system, but still some possible damaging winds. And Mike, you mentioned a moment ago, and you were showing that bigger picture. If you want to go ahead and widen out more, certainly can. And right on cue, there's some new severe thunderstorm warning that just popped up. And this is for the cell that's tracking from Clinton, that will be tracking up toward Rocky Top, Andersonville, and also for continuing toward Norris. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning that was just popping up right there for parts of Anderson County. And but as far as the bigger picture, the rainfall, you know what? We've been in a drought, been battling the wildfires. You know, on the bright side, a lot of this rain can be beneficial. The unfortunate part in terms of the near term, as far as tonight and early tomorrow morning goes, we're also getting flooding. So for the short term, it's more of a serious nature of flash flooding. Never drive through flooded roadways. Mike was reminding of that a moment ago. Turn around, don't drown. That's exactly right. So again, flooding is possible. And Mike was showing us the radar, but still back to Nashville. They're still seeing, so we got a long way to go of these potential storms. Thank you, Mike. Sorry, I was a little slow, but that got my attention. New tornado warning. Yeah, I know. Just say, hey, Todd, I got something else. Stop talking. I know. There's a look at new tornado warning for Cumberland County until 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central. Mike, I'll let you read the latest. Looks like that's Eastern Cumberland County, a brand new tornado warning.
Yes, this one's moving north at about 50 miles per hour, and it is radar indicated, so we're not sure, but it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. That's in Cumberland County. So let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity to see if we can see any returns. Yes, there is a return. Of course, we had to get that line right on it. Let me see if I can clean that up a little bit for you so we can get a better idea of what we're looking at. Because there is a return there that shows there could be a spin in this particular storm. And that spin, well, you can see it with that one. I'm going to take out Nashville. Maybe that'll do it. I'm trying to eliminate certain radars so I can see that better. And it just so happens that that is not showing up that well, but it is there. And I will track that particular storm out here so we can get a good idea of where it's going and who's going to be impacted real quick before we talk more about it. Because if you're in this area, you need to take shelter immediately. I know it's only radar indicated, but that doesn't mean there couldn't be a tornado associated with this particular storm, since we've already had storms, at least one, in our area that had a tornado. Now here are some of the areas that are going to be affected by that. So if you're in this path, you need to take shelter immediately. Crab Orchard, 5 minutes. It'll be at Frankfort in about 19 minutes time, and it's going to move fast, maybe a little faster than this. So that's why you need to do it quickly. Deer Lodge, it'll be there in about 28 minutes with that potential storm. Again, it's radar indicated, doesn't mean that there isn't a tornado just because it's radar indicated. There is a spin that can drop down a tornado out of that storm. And that's why we're tracking it into Cumberland County. Now, that's going through 9 o'clock Eastern time. We have it on here a lot of times in Eastern time because most of us are in Eastern time, but of course that's in Central time, so you know you got to subtract an hour from that, and it's at 8 o'clock is when it'll expire for you in Central time. But it's going to be still active for the next 25 minutes with this particular storm. And look how quickly they're racing north and northeastward. There are a lot of storms embedded within this field of rain out ahead of it, and they're all getting severe, it seems, with at least some damaging winds associated with it, if not having tornadic signatures. And backing out entirely, there's a lot of the state that has, at least central part especially, that's under flood warnings. And that's because we've had so much of a drenching in these areas, several inches of rain that continues to come down. The severe threat probably for them out over the central part of the state has disappeared. The atmosphere has stabilized quite a bit. They don't have to worry about it so much. But we are in the severe threat here, and that's why we still have ongoing tornado warnings. Fortunately, Van Buren and White, that's not us. Unfortunately for them, there could be a tornado there, at least radar indicated. We are still watching this one, and it is going to just be a severe thunderstorm warning with a possible tornado you see there for Anderson, Campbell, Claiborne, Knox, Union County, and that's till 9:15 because it's going to take a while for that particular storm to get up there.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, just excuse me real quick. Go up to Norris. Let's zoom into Norris. It's just, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's tightening up again. It's showing right there. Just looking, as you were talking about that, was zooming on in, looking at the same thing. See that notch? We just stopped the radar right there.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, it's a notch. So this is the inflow. It's a tightening circulation. It's just past Clinton. It's got some damaging winds that will be approaching Norris and Andersonville. And again, this is I know Norris is not showing up, but this is the potential tornadic circulation. Now, again, a lot of times we're trying, and Mike was just showing the wider view, which was impressive. But we're still, you see all those red blobs, each one of these, there's Norris. Thank you, Mike, right there. This is a possible tornado. Again, a lot of times tornadoes, they cycle up and down. They sometimes they tighten up and then they release. They're not necessarily always the same signature. So they pulse up and down, in other words, kind of like a storm that breathes in and out. And so that's what we're looking at. Look at that. I mean, that's meteorologically, it's an impressive signature. But take cover Norris and Andersonville, and here's a look at this broader rotation. But that could be this storm tightening back up Hickory Valley Road. If you live on Hickory Valley Road in the Norris-Andersonville community, and again, eventually heading up towards Sharps Chapel and Big Ridge, and up into Union County, go ahead and get in your safe place. Again, this is some damaging winds right now that's passing. This just passed to the near and just east of Clinton, moving up Andersonville area to Norris, and again, we'll continue to track up towards Sharps Chapel, Big Ridge, and near Maynardville as well. So Andersonville Highway, Hickory Valley Road. Again, we do have this tightening circulation that will continue to produce a possible tornado. There's the latest velocity scan. We're simply looking at winds that are inbound and outbound, toward in green and away in red. And the tighter the circulation, the greater the likelihood of a tornado that could be on the ground. Mike, do you mind showing the CC product? Let's see if we have anything that hopefully we don't see much of a signal right here, but we'll try to see what may be showing up here. Just sampling this, we saw the radar signature, which was very impressive. And again, looking at that also, what I'm looking at with our on the radar system right here that I'm looking at, it's just a tighter circulation. So that's velocity.
Here, I'll get it in just
okay. No,
one second.
you're good. So again, Norris heading up into northern Anderson County and along the Anderson and Union County line. Okay, don't see necessarily. Oh, well, actually, we got to get there. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so there we are, right there. That's a little bit of a signal that's starting to show right there. Yep. Unfortunately. That's what we're looking at. So we could have some lofted debris. And this is another tornadic circulation. The same cell that was confirmed west of Loudon before 8 o'clock, less than an hour ago. That was coming out of McMinn County. Actually, about an hour ago it was in McMinn County. Now we're talking about this storm that's moving up in Anderson, almost Union County. That's how fast it's moving. And so we have potential damaging winds, showing some lofted debris potentially here. Let's go back to radar right there, Mike, and then the velocity. That's totally fine. And we're looking at, again, there's that notch, that signal. Those are the winds that are coming in, and that's wrapping around, the rain, is wrapping around this potential tornado. And we've got heavy rain, could have hail, may have some hail. We had quarter-size hail confirmed in Oak Ridge, so you could be seeing some hail in Norris. And again, Hickory Valley Road, also Andersonville Highway, and tracking from Norris up toward Andersonville, Big Ridge, and again, also Museum of Appalachia area, obviously right here, and anywhere along the Norris Lake and tributaries need to be hunkering down in your safe place, because it looks like damaging winds are likely as it continues to track up toward Norris and Andersonville in far northern Anderson County. This is just one of multiple cells that we continue to track. And again, tornadoes are possible. Have a tornado watch till 1 a.m., flood watch till 8 a.m. So severe weather, heavy rain, you're seeing heavy rain, possible hail, and a possible tornado near the Norris area right now. It earlier tracked near Clinton and also around Rocky Top and Caryville and Cove Lake, seeing some strong winds and heavy rain for you. But the main concern is this potential tornado. Mike, I'll send it back to you for a moment. I'm going to see what the Weather Service is saying about this particular potential tornado, and
Sure.
seeing more pictures of the hail in Oak Ridge.
There is quarter-inch hail reported in Norris in Anderson County. Cove Mountain at 85-mile-an-hour wind gust already. There are several pictures in Oak Ridge. People are getting up to quarter-size hail being reported there. We know which storm this is coming from because we've been tracking it for quite a while. Earlier, when it actually had a confirmed tornado. So hail and tornado certainly possible, and also just extreme amounts of rain. Very strong gusty winds. A tornado possible with this storm is going through 9:15 Eastern time is when this warning is. This storm's moving pretty quickly. It's moving 45 to 50 miles an hour toward the northeast. Velocity still shows a lot of turbulence with the storm. The potential for that tornado is still apparent, especially as it moves. It looks like right up toward Maynardville. And it's just quite a ways away yet, but you want to make sure you take shelter in any of those areas that it's going through. It's right on Hickory, what was that, Hickory Valley Road?
Yeah, Hickory Valley Road, exactly, Mike.
And it's just moving right up along that, and it continues to eventually get up toward 33 if it still stays together. And some signs it has stayed together for quite a while. Norris is right on the outskirts, edges of that signature now, as we continue to track that northward. And even behind it, you can see some turbulence still as we're getting some various velocities that are embedded within the velocity going toward the radar site. If you look back toward Oak Ridge, there's still some velocities there that are going away from the radar site, which shows turbulence in the atmosphere. Let me go ahead and show you where that is since I'm not in front of a wall. This area, see that? No, they're not strong winds, but it just shows what's going on in the atmosphere above here. Some of these winds are stronger. Right behind it, you can see some of the greens, but it's nothing like the return that we're seeing bright green, where there is a potential tornado, and also hail that we noticed go through Oak Ridge. Probably a hail track right from Oak Ridge right up into this particular path of the storm, since we've had various pictures that have been streaming in showing hail in these areas, especially around Oak Ridge. A lot of people have been seeing that. I'm looking at a picture now of a down power line. That was Sweetwater off of down head of Creek Road, right at Creek Road, I guess. There's a power line that went down with the pole. So yes, they're damaging winds. It's causing some extreme situations for the area. So it's best to stay put or get into a safe place if you're within the storm. Look how fast it's going.
Yeah.
We still have that tornado warning showing up there. It's out of there. It's already moved to the north and northeast. Oh, we got some video to prove and show you the hail out of Clinton. Let's see some pictures. It looks like it snowed, didn't it? But that's a lot of hail. Smaller, more like pea-size to quarter-size hail, but nonetheless, it hailed a lot in that house. Hope you guys didn't have any damage. It looks small enough to where maybe it didn't cause damage, but of course, it gets up to about quarter size. You can have some damage, especially your roofs and your cars if they're outside and such. Do we have any other? That's the video we have there. So we'll continue to let you know about any more pictures or videos as we get them in. So here's that storm again. It is continued to move towards Sharps Chapel. And even though we're tracking that storm because of its concern, look at the storm that's still back now. A second one moving into Oak Ridge. Now that storm is just going to go over and train over some of the same areas, and that's going to produce probably enough rainfall to cause some flash flooding since it's going through and training. We call it training. It's as if you go over a carpet number of times, you'll see it wears. Well, if thunderstorms go over the same area a number of times, well, that area is going to wear with rain. It's going to get flooded, and it's going to cause some erosion perhaps too when that happens. I'm going to go ahead and put the velocity on it. Did we see any velocity out of this one? I mean, it did look like there's some, but it's certainly not as impressive as the other, Todd.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. I mean, the atmosphere is conducive for rotating thunderstorms due to the high winds aloft and the cyclonic circulation. So even if it's not all the way down the ground, we're still looking at some of those stronger winds from the Oak Ridge area. And Mike, if you don't mind, we'll go ahead and widen back out. And one of the things I want to talk about and maybe just look at radar is because for our far eastern areas, and we'll go ahead and kind of show the main area, this is what, one of the big concerns today, in addition to our threat for severe storms, which we're certainly tracking now, and the flooding rains, and unfortunately we'll have to continue to track those. Hopefully we'll eventually see a weakening trend in time, and there's a look at the replay. But one of the things, the other big concerns today were the high winds in the mountains and potential fire spread. And so thankfully, and we're almost there. But I wanted to just point out that, we were talking about yesterday, it may take all day until you even see beneficial rain for Greene County, Cocke County, Sevier County, in parts of Jefferson and Morristown and Hamlin counties. You're not seeing the heavy rain and storms that the Central Valley and the Plateau is seeing, but it's going to it's crawling, slowly head your way. But I tell you what, there probably will be some flooding. Got to sometimes take the bad to get the good, right? We certainly need the rain to help with the elevated fire danger. It's almost there. So for crews who have been battling fires and hoping and praying for the rain for the mountains in some of these eastern areas, your rain is coming. It's still going to take several more hours and later tonight to get there, but it will be there, and eventually could have heavy rain and flooding. So just wanted to point that out. Mike, you pointed this out. Look at the flash flooding. So this is a concern now that we're obviously in nighttime where floodwaters are harder to see. Never drive through floodwaters, especially at night. Turn around, don't drown, because flooding, look at that, all the way back west of Nashville. This is a very strong system. A lot of times we'll typically see on the front end severe weather, and then a lot of the dynamics will continue with a strong system, and eventually you go from that severe threat to a flooding threat. And so, right now we're kind of in between the two. We got both severe and flooding. So we may continue to slowly transition from a severe threat, where it may come down a little bit. We still have a tornado watch until 1 a.m., so we still have that threat for severe storms, and even impressively, there's still a line of storms. It's even back near Franklin and Nashville, so we're still looking at a lot of energy in the system, but a lot of moisture coming out of the Gulf that's moving right up into the Tennessee Valley. And each one of these red cells, look at them, coming up from the south, each one of those could be severe, and in some cases tornadic with rotation. So that's just kind of a replay review of what we've seen. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include, Mike, we can zoom on into that if you'd like, and we can talk more about that. And you showed, that was impressive what you showed a moment ago with that video covering the deck. Hopefully that was below severe hail, but did have confirmation of that quarter-size hail in Oak Ridge. Near Clinton also had some dime-size hail confirmed, even into the Norris and Andersonville area, anywhere from pea-size to about dime-size hail from earlier. And now you mentioned, Mike, Sharps Chapel right in here, Norris tributaries heading up towards Speedwell in the Powell Valley. So Claiborne County, again, Campbell County, and Union County. Here's the core of this storm. There's Sharps Chapel right here north of Maynardville, but also around Big Ridge. And that's, we'll look at this strong thunderstorm with potential damage and wind gusts that continue. So even though it may or may not have a tornadic circulation at the present time, it could still, and broadly, has been showing that. Damage and winds, very heavy rainfall. So here's the latest. Severe thunderstorm warning is in place until 9:15 for Anderson, Campbell, Claiborne, Knox, and Union counties. And we got a tornado tag on it. So yeah, see, that's the issue. It's a severe thunderstorm warning, but the reason National Weather Service puts that on there because number one, it's shown tornadic circulation at times, and it could easily spin back up and tighten up, but it's still showing some broader rotation that we were seeing on velocity. So it's not quite as tight as it was earlier, but it could tighten back up at any time. So that's the latest, and that's the reason for a tornado. That means it's a step up, a notch or two up from a regular severe thunderstorm warning that also can produce damage winds, but particularly it's a serious storm with damage winds even more likely. Look at that gradient. Wow. Can you look at that potential damage and wind line, and you can definitely see that wind shift. Now, keeping in mind what we're looking at, the National Weather Service radar is off to the south and east, so the red indicates winds going away from the radar, green toward, and so we're looking at the storm motion. This is storm relative velocity. We're looking at the storm motion kind of moving off rapidly to the east-northeast, with where you see the brighter green colors here. The brighter the color, the stronger the winds, and exactly right there in portions of northern Anderson County, also into Campbell County, and we'll be tracking up through Union County and eventually up into Claiborne County. So again, right along, this is Highway 33 as you go up from to Luttrell and Maynardville and work your way up, and just west of Sharps Chapel. That's a look at this line of heavier storms coming over into the area. So Lewiston will be impacted by this, and again, other parts of western Union County will continue to see, again, this severe storm with damage and winds. Elsewhere, the threat for severe weather will continue off and on this evening with the potential for heavier rains and even some hail. We've also seen some hail being reported, and here's the latest of what we're seeing as we continue to track this storm. This is the one that, boy, Oak Ridge, you had several. That's the one up in Union County, but just want to mention Oak Ridge also had several waves coming in, and look at them. They're just kind of tracking, and Mike was talking about training. This is where storms repeatedly move over the same area. And if you hear us talking about training, that equates to flooding. Yeah, training equals flooding, and particularly if it persists or lasts. And we've got these multicellular type storms that keep regenerating and so moving over the same areas. So not only are they strong to severe with damage and winds possible, and we'll keep you updated on the latest power outages. May want to go ahead and charge your devices. I've got my cord right over there. Keep it charged up and make sure you have flashlights with batteries in case you have power outages this evening and overnight. And a humble reminder, with potential flooding, it's probably best to not be out on the roads anyway. You don't want to be out on a night like this driving around, right? If you don't have to be. If you do, be safe and go slow, but watch out and avoid flooded roadways. That will be a continuing concern as we go through tonight. Looks like that's another storm heading up toward Wartburg and Morgan County right now, and also more storms in Roane County back into some of the same areas, some potential severe storms. And now, thank you, Mike, taking you back down into Bledsoe County, and technically Bledsoe and Pikeville, maybe just outside our viewing area, but we have some viewers watch us in Pikeville. If you are watching us, you have more impactful storms heading in your direction. And that's a look at that storm moving up into Ray County with severe damage and winds, possible, and also very heavy rain. Mike, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it looks like a couple of newly issued severe thunderstorm warnings there. We have Bledsoe and Ray, tornado possible, and that's till 9:15. And then we have the new one, Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray, and they're included with the tornado possible until 9:30. So that's a separate one, which obviously intersects at Polygon with the other right around Pikeville. But there is concern that some of these could potentially produce a tornado. I mean, look at this one down to the south. I know it's out of our area, but we do want to check out everything we can, because those particular storms will be moving into our area if they stay active. So it's a good idea for us to analyze them, and it looks like there is some sort of signature there that we're trying to pick up, and that's why there's a possible tornado. A lot of times it's difficult, especially with these kind of storms, that we get these tornado signatures by radar. We get numerous ones, and sometimes never confirm a tornado whatsoever. But it's better that we're warned by them all, because only takes one, and that's what we had. We had one get severe and ended up producing a tornado that ended up being on the ground. It was confirmed. So that's why it's good to take heed to all of these warnings when it comes to tornadoes, even if they're only radar indicated, to get to your safe place so that you can emerge from it without any issues and incidents. So right now we don't have any actual tornado warnings, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings with potential for tornadoes to be dropped. And that's because of velocity signatures primarily that we're picking up and seeing what's going on. Let me go ahead and see if I pick up any more of the hail signatures at the moment. We covered quite a bit of it. Not showing any more hail signatures, although there was a pretty good hail signature with that storm earlier when there was an actual tornado, and then we got several proofs of that. When it comes to imaging, people have sent in pictures overall. Now here's the rainfall amounts, and they have come up, so I'm going to have to redo it again. You notice there are several areas now that have gotten red. That's the core of those storms that are producing just a torrential amount of rain. Look at 5.5 inches there. This is south of Rockwood, probably in the order of 4 to 5, yes, and up toward Wartburg, and then places west. I know you haven't gotten a lot in Knox County and back toward the mountains, but it's headed your way, and I can show you what is headed your way here in just 1 second. Let me go and zoom out to the level where we can see it all. And It's just a field of rain with embedded heavier downpours and squalls. Squalls, we mean, could be a thunderstorm or two embedded within it, and that's clearly the case. If you look more to the west, and as Todd pointed out, I mean, look at that. There's a line even behind, and typically we just see fields of rain, and it rains and rains and it tapers off, but there are thunderstorms even back outside of the heavy rain that Nashville's been getting. So they're going to have more storms rotate through. None of them seems to be severe. At least I haven't seen any severe thunderstorm warnings or any kind of warnings pop up in those. They've been mainly just the leading edge, if you will, of this entire field of rain. But let me show you something else. So what we're not dealing with. It's good we're not dealing with this. Those are confirmed tornadoes, and they've had numerous confirmed tornadoes in Alabama this afternoon through this evening, and we still have tornado warnings being issued. And look at the droves of rain associated with it. It's just coming down, lots of lightning, and the severe threat is the greatest there and southward. Fortunately,
yeah, Mike, and that's going to be in the Atlanta area by midnight. So folks here in East Tennessee have friends or family and relatives. Yeah, they're going to be hunkering down for those storms. Mike, one of the things I want to echo and chime in here, and you and I can go back and forth on this, but yeah, you wisely pointed out just now that, you know what, it looks like the overall threat has come down just a little bit. We still have that severe thunderstorm warning for Union County up into Claiborne County. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings on the southern plateau. We also, and Mike, if you want to go ahead and we'll zoom on in. I know we have I love what you said, fields of rain. Yeah, that's aptly put. We have a new flash flood warning that was just issued. And unfortunately, that's the nature of what we're seeing right now. With all this moisture, the thunderstorms produce heavy amounts of rain. So when you get severe storms and the heavy rainfall, it's a 2-for-1. You get severe weather and you a lot of times get flash flooding, because thunderstorms, convective rains, are going to deposit a lot of rainfall very quickly, and flash flooding is rapidly falling rainfall rates and rapidly rising waters very quickly. So flash flooding is dangerous. You definitely want to avoid flooded roadways, but this is the new flash flood warning, and then we got other severe thunderstorm warnings that will also pop up, but it's right here from Roane County up into Anderson County. It includes Loudoun County. So thank you, Mike, right there. Anderson, Loudoun, McMinn, Meigs, and Roane. That's until 1 a.m. That's also Eastern time. That's also when our tornado watch goes to. So that 1 a.m. time frame is probably going to be one of the benchmarks that we got to get to, if you will. Now, sometimes until we see a little bit of improvements as far as severe weather and maybe the flooding aspect. Now, a lot of times with tornado watches, sometimes they'll expire those early, but that's the length of time. The longest it could go out right now is 1 a.m. We always pull for them to weaken and expire early, don't we? Yeah, we'll bring you that information as we get it. This tornado warning is just outside our viewing area. We'll keep an eye on it. That's for Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray. Actually, Ray is in our area. Excuse me, Sequatchie. So actually, excuse me, that is in portions of our viewing area. That does include just west of Dayton. So yeah, it's kind of originated just outside Highway 27, down around Dunlap, Soddy, Daisy area, and tracking quickly northeast. So that's until 9:30. Again, this is the nature of the atmosphere. We still have these storms that can be rotating, still that possibility of severe weather. So that is the one tornado warning that could be coming right back up into southern Bledsoe and southern Ray County out of Sequatchie and Hamilton counties. So we'll have to keep an eye on that particular storm. Damaging winds certainly, and flooding rains are certainly possible. And again, as we pointed out earlier, it looks like we're seeing that transition of still some severe weather, but the heavy rainfall, the flooding threat. Now, hopefully when this storm gets out of here, oh, by the way, we could see a few more spotty storms redevelop tomorrow with those look to be mainly the high winds and the hailers, not so much tornado threat. But anyway, there could be a few more spotty storms tomorrow. We'll watch that. Once this system gets out of here, hopefully we'll be able to look back and say, wow, yeah, we had severe weather and hopefully not too much damage and we got flooding, but hopefully we'll be able to look back and say this rainfall really helped us. And so there's a good side to the system in terms of hopefully beneficial rains as far as the fire danger goes. Just trying to put that in perspective. But we'll talk about that later. Obviously, that's in hindsight once the storm passes by. Right now, we still have severe weather and the potential for the heavy rainfall. So there's that tornado warning. Just want to mention real quick, it's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles north of Soddy Daisy, 10 miles east of Dunlap, and it's moving north at 60 miles per hour. This is this tornadic storm coming into Ray and Bledsoe County, moving north at 60. So just like the other cells have been doing, moving to the north very quickly. And again, there's flash flood warnings till midnight. This will include Ray and Meigs counties as far as our southern valley areas. And in our Channel 10 viewing area, we include Ray, Meigs, McMinn, and Monroe counties. Some folks can watch us even in parts of Bradley County, some in Bledsoe County, but just for as far as that, and then it kind of hand off over to the Chattanooga market. But that storm will continue to track up the southern plateau and parts of Ray County. That is a tornado warning. Now, elsewhere and otherwise, we had that severe thunderstorm. Michael, we'll go ahead and maybe track the storms moving up into Union County and get the latest with that, and hopefully we'll see some improving conditions. You see the rainfall from Farragut, Lenoir City, just the widespread heavy rains. And again, as we have mentioned, never drive through flooded roadways, and not a good idea to be driving tonight if you don't have to be, right? It's a messy, rainy night with a lot of windy conditions. And oh, by the way, we've had a wind gust of 86 miles per hour at Cove Mountain, and did report a 60 mile per hour gust also being reported in Cott County a moment ago. Rocky Top to Clinton, that is a line of strong winds. Here's the storm that's going up from Union County up into the Powell Valley up here in Claiborne County, and right here, thank you, Mike. And so let's see, that's severe thunderstorm warning. That's some good news. Looks like that's just below severe levels now. Could still have some localized wind damage, and certainly, you know, once these storms pass through, there's definitely going to be some cleanup, because there's just been high winds in general. We've had these scattered strong to severe storms, and so they could still producing some locally high winds and perhaps some damage and wind gusts, but it's just below severe from Sharps Chapel to Speedwell in the Powell Valley. This is Highway 63 that will track all the way up to Harrogate, LMU right here, and of course Cumberland Gap, Tri-State region, and Middlesboro, and this will continue to track up in your region. And you are seeing heavier showers and thunderstorms in Bell County, continuing from Middlesboro up toward Mill Creek and Pineville, and certainly when we get up into the mountainous regions, that's when there's even more of a threat with heavy rainfall for flooding because of the rapid runoff. So you always have to be mindful of that if you live in a mountainous area up on the plateau or in parts of Kentucky, Virginia, and we have those heavy rainfall. Again, the runoff in steep terrain can certainly lead to quicker flooding conditions in some areas. So be mindful of that. We have flood watches that will be in place through 8 a.m. Sunday morning. So when we're talking about the heavy rainfall and flooding threat, again, on the good side, we needed the rain, and sometimes you got to take the bad with the good because we're getting a lot of it. But flood watch will be in place until 8 a.m. Sunday morning, and we're looking at a tornado watch right here in place until 1 a.m. This extends to Knoxville down to Maryville, so Knox County and Blount County, and then back to the west. It does include, again, up to the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. Notice the flood watch is for Kentucky. And again, we do have that flood watch in place until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning as well. So that covers the alerts. The severe weather threat is going to be with us at least until around midnight, perhaps just after. Hopefully we'll see some weakening trend later tonight, but we're still looking at very strong winds. Mike, perfect timing. Matter of fact, I'll toss it over to you and let you talk about this, because that's exactly what I was thinking. We're going to have the high winds, then boy, your rain's coming, but hang in there. You're going to still see those high winds in the mountains. Those are the current gusts right now, aren't they, Mike?
It is. This is a current wind gust, and where you see some of the oranges showing up the mountains, that's really strong wind there. We've had wind clocked 80, 85 miles per hour in some of those areas. And don't worry, we're getting in that sync tide. I mean, we're getting to think exactly what each other is doing eventually, like you and the others, especially Cassie. You guys work together so well when it comes to these severe thunderstorm issues and tornado issues and the like. So gusty winds are going to come up even more. I know we're not having that gusty of wind into the Central Valley, but it's expected to be pretty windy through tomorrow. We could have wind gusts 40 to 45 miles per hour as this event continues to unfold, because it's going to last a little while longer through the night tonight than we typically would expect them. That's why we're having more rain coming in throughout the rest of the evening. Let me go ahead and show you the forecast. We haven't, since the tornado warning is not that dominant right now, I just wanted to show you the forecast because we haven't been able to do this throughout the course of the evening because of all the tornado warnings and such. But we're going to continue to have a threat through the morning And that's why we have a impact alert that's in for half the day for tomorrow morning. We're going to get some potential flooding, very gusty winds too, associated with everything moving through. We could even have some spotty showers or storms thereafter, according to a lot of the model runs that we show, a lot of the future projections. But it should clear out here. We'll get some sunshine in here toward the end of the day. And then we're going to have sunshine for St. Patrick's Day. So it's looking good for if you're having some plans, a little cooler, but we'll take that. It's not cold by any means, although the mornings are going to be cold. Look at Tuesday morning, freezing. Some of us will be down to freezing. Winds come up on Wednesday into Thursday as spring begins. It'll be a little breezy, and we do have a possibility for a few more showers, although at the moment it doesn't seem to be a tremendous amount of rain like we're getting right now. Here's Futurecast. Now let me see how this progresses. This is right now, or at least an hour from now, so we can see the heavy rain still coming in. And this is 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. We're still getting rain in Central Valley. The mountains are going to be hammered. And then behind it, see, there's a break in the morning, 6 a.m., maybe a spotty shower or two. And then through the afternoon, though, because of some destabilization, is also spokes of energy coming around the back of this low, and we're going to have some clearing at times. There could be some pop-up thunderstorms, and Todd was mentioning because of cooler air trying to pour in eventually at the upper levels first, there may be a little bit better of a hail situation, or at least a better threat of a hail situation in any of these individual storms than this entire line that we're seeing now. So 5 p.m. as we go through the evening, then the threat will wane. You can see some snow trying to show up in higher elevations of mountains. That really proves the colder air coming in, right? And that's could be deposited some snow in the higher elevations, although we're not tremendously excited about that right now as we are with the potential for severe weather. So high wind in the mountains will continue through tomorrow, and gusts are going to be in the order of 60, 80 miles an hour possible to highest reaches. Lower reaches, we're going to have 40 to 45.
That's classic, isn't it? Go ahead, Mike.
Wind. Oh, when we go back to that?
No, you're good. I was just chiming in. I was like, oh, joy, the mountains get snow.
Yeah, it is classic.
A little levity. Go right ahead.
Okay, so let me recap real quick. We got a couple of things. We got several flash flood warnings across the area, but what we're looking at as far as thunderstorms and tornadic activity, we have a tornado warning still for Bledsoe, Hamilton, Ray counties. That's until 9:30. Not visual. It was radar indicated. And we have a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing tornado, which is pretty much the same area northward of that. And that's for Bledsoe and Ray counties. And that one's going to continue through 9:15. So it won't be too long from now. That one's going to expire. 9:30 for the tornado warning will continue unless they drop it. They could drop it earlier, I suppose, depending on whether or not it's showing weakening signs of not having an ability to produce a tornado any longer. But here it is in a little more perspective to show you the heavy downpours associated with it. I'm going to go back to velocity because that gives a good idea a lot of times of whether or not it has the potential of still dropping a tornado, whether it has a spin in the highest levels. I've got to take out some of this. And I'm not really seeing a lot now. And like we've seen earlier with certain signatures, see that? There are some bright green showing up, which shows turbulence, some strong wind, but sorry about the flashing. Hope it doesn't get you seized there, but I can't help that. It looks as though most of it, though, is going to be strong winds associated with the thunderstorm being severe, rather than a potential tornadic activity right now with that storm. Wouldn't you think? Would you agree with that statement there, Todd?
Yeah, absolutely. You know what? That's what we're looking at as it. Thank you, Mike. As it continues to track it. So I was looking at some other information just now as well, and again, hopefully we'll continue to see that sign. Annie Carr in the booth was telling me also that some good news in checking in with Anderson County. No damages as of right now. No major damages being reported in Anderson County as the storms went through. Now, again, a lot of times once storms move through, then we'll check in and see, okay, or we'll get calls in, we'll get information. We appreciate reliable information from safe sources and from and being safe, I should say, say from reliable sources. Thank you. And we appreciate that information. But the good news, no damage being reported as those storms move through Anderson County so far. Now, sometimes it takes a while for that information to come in. Also, Sarge and a weather spotter in Anderson County is texting me and relaying to me that a source that he has did report a funnel cloud sighted on or over the western end of Pine Ridge off of Highway 95 north of the Y-12 facility, a funnel cloud. But no damage assessment information available since that's on Federal Reserve. But reportedly it was in the air above the Oak Ridge Turnpike near the Roane-Anderson County line heading eastbound. But no damage as of right now being coming in from that. If it's a big difference if it's a funnel cloud versus if it's on the ground. One is in the air, spinning, rotating rapidly. Still could do some damage, but obviously when it's on the ground contact, we got a lot more damage. So maybe some good news there that was that tornadic circulation and that confirmed tornado that was sighted earlier close to west of Loudon just before 8 p.m. and near Paint Rock. That was that same storm that went right over toward Oak Ridge. So that was the one we were tracking. But as that storm went from Oak Ridge to Clinton to Norris and Andersonville, again, at least as of right now, no major damage being reported from that, and we'll keep you updated on any damage reports and power outage reports as well. The one issue we're dealing with right now, and this is the current flash flood warning. Anderson, Loudoun, McMinn, Meigs, and Roane counties. Again, heavy rainfall from these strong to severe storms earlier, and it's still absolutely pouring. So the individual cells are racing north-northeast at about 60 miles per hour. But the whole conglomeration, the line, is moving like that. And again, I'm just doing that, exaggerating obviously, but it's crawling eastward. It's moving very slow. There's that one tornado warning, as Mike showed you. We'll keep you updated on that, see if that's going to be a weakening trend, but that's coming up into Ray County. We'll keep you updated on that particular one. Elsewhere, again, we don't have any of the other severe warnings right now, which is some good news, even though, and there's a look, each one of these red blobs, if you will, individual cells, have shown signs of rotation and have at times been severe, then will go below severe and could still be some severe. But then again, once we've seen these heavy rates of rainfall moving in, now we're talking about the flooding and the flash flooding threat. Now look at the contrast. Tell you what, I don't know if you remember watching yesterday, our high-res model, actually one particular one, did a real good job of depicting, showing it from the Central Valley west for the western half. I don't know if you remember, we're talking, the eastern half, it looked like it may take all day long and even into later on tonight before we see any substantial rain. So, from Maynardville to Knoxville to Maryville, you can almost draw a line, can't you, up toward, Speedwell or Tazewell, if you will, Middlesboro, and west, and that's where all the active weather, and that's where we have some of these warnings, the flash flooding, and again, Mike showed the radar estimates a little while ago, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain have been estimated in some areas. That may be a little on the high end. If we get hail can contaminate the radar observed rainfall. It can, in other words, overdo it. But look at that. Yeah, Mike, that shows it right there. Look at the contrast. I mean, look at that well-defined line between the heavy rainfall and flooding, at least 2, 3, maybe upwards of 4 inches of rain. If we take into account, the margin of error, if we get some hail, that could be a little bit high, but very heavy rainfall. Rockwood, Wartburg, Huntsville, so Scott County, Morgan County, Anderson, Roane, and back down into Ray County, among others. And then you get over here into Sevier County, Cott County, Greene, and Hawkins, Hancock, and Hamlin, Jefferson, etc., Granger County, still waiting on the soaking rainfall again. So it's a slow-moving system in the whole, but the individual cells have been racing up as fast as I can go, right, pretty far to the north. So, yeah, that's what we've been looking at as far as the observed rainfall and the concern the rest of tonight and why you don't want to be out driving. Flooding. Floodwaters are harder to see at night, and certainly you want to be very cautious. If you have to be out and about driving, you got work, or you just have to be out, getting out on the roadways, just take it easy, go slow, be mindful. There's going to be a lot of water on the roadways, and you got to go slow. Control your speed at all times anyway, right? Because you don't want to hydroplane. So just go slow, take it easy, and avoid flooded roadways. Again, if you encounter a flooded road, certainly turn around on that end. We've had the hail, we've had the heavy rain, we've had the tornado warnings in a span of 3 to 4 hours, I guess now, Mike. It's been it's at least, I guess, 3 hours or so. It's been pretty active.
It certainly has. I'm taking off that to show you the flash flood warnings in correspondence with, thank you very much, Todd, for that, in correspondence with all that heavy rain that seems to have just a fine line of difference of getting some rain and no rain. And you can see we have flash flood warnings through Anderson, Loudon, McMinn, Meigs, Roan. That's until 1 a.m. And then the flash flood warning until 12 a.m. Eastern time for the other areas shaded. And it's all the way up and down the southern part of the valley and also the southern part of the plateau too. But look at this. I mean, they're just under a number of flash flood problems going on right in the central part of the state, up around Nashville, McMinnville, and southward too. That's just continuing to be a problem. Then if we put the warnings on there, of course, they're still having tornado warnings southward. That's where much of the energy is being transferred to where they are having a lot more moisture because they're closer to the Gulf, and they get a lot more moisture and laden in the atmosphere, and also more instability associated with the heat that they've had during the day too. So closing in, we still have a tornado warning and also a severe thunderstorm warning that we're watching that continues to affect these areas right around Pikeville, and that one's moving north. It's radar indicated. It's not been seen on the ground, thank goodness, and hopefully it won't. But for right now, that's the only warning we have going on as far as tornado and a severe thunderstorm warning. There's one of each, but now we have a lot of flooding issues that'll probably be filling in. Now, it doesn't mean we're out of the woods just because we don't have any. None of these areas to the east have really gotten any thunderstorms yet. We'll see. A lot of times they don't flare up. Sometimes they can, especially if the more southern counties, talk about Monroe County perhaps, we'll have to watch it very carefully as any of those storms move in there. But it's classic to see some of these individual thunderstorms, these individual cells, as sometimes we call them, or squalls that happen within this field of rain. And they're going to train over some of the same areas and produce quite a bit of rain. So if you've already gotten a lot, you may get more. And that's why it's such a big flooding concern through tomorrow morning. You know, it's hard to believe. I know some of us go, oh, well, we go from a drought to flooding? Really? How's that? If we're having flooding, how do we have a drought? Well, the drought is over a long term. It is showing conditions, moisture content in the soil. It's showing all kinds of different things. And just because we get a heavy dousing doesn't mean it's going to eliminate it. Now, this is latest, and last week there hasn't been any change really, or such minute changes. It's almost imperceptible. But the areas that have been getting the flooding concerns, all the flash flood warnings and stuff, that's exactly where we have the severe drought going on. So that's certainly some good news that we're getting that. Just don't want it all at once. I know that's a problem for us sometimes. We do get some flash flooding, but I'm sure it's going to benefit because it's going to run off, fill up some of the lakes, the tributaries, the ponds and stuff, and that's good news, especially for farmers that going to need some of that moisture in the future for their animals and the like. So even though it's flash flooding and it's a big concern for a lot of us, it is helping in those drought-stricken areas exactly where it is needed. And that's where we see the tornado warning that's ongoing. I'm going to, let's look at it again real quick, the velocity, to see if I notice anything going on down there as far as winds. I think most of it's just a possibility of some straight line wind issues or some very windy conditions associated with those thunderstorms. It almost looks like, if you look closely and kind of imagine, it almost looks like smoke coming out of the ground, kind of smoky the way it happens. Well, the atmosphere is kind of like a fluid, right? And even though it's transparent, it acts very similar. It's gas. It's just like water, you know, it acts in a fluid type fashion. And we're seeing a lot of wind within that, causing these striations of different velocities of wind, and that's what's showing up as light green. I know the flickering doesn't help when it comes to that purple, but what I'm talking about is this area. See these areas that have all these light green showing up? We don't have any away velocity returns showing up, so this is primarily just wind that could cause some damage with these storms, and that's why there's a severe thunderstorm warning for that area, and also a potential tornado for that area too. So the bigger picture, back to the flooding rains we could get. We've already had several inches. Some of them, like Todd said, the estimates may be a little overdone, but We've gotten reports of over 2 inches of rain in some of these areas that have not been seeing rain that long yet. So it does prove that it's just coming down in droves. And as we go through the night, the thunder is going to almost disappear. We may still have a few strikes here and there, but look, I don't think I see very many lightning strikes now at all. Let me take this off. You see how the lightning is just disappearing. So then mainly going down to a rainy event. The severity is probably weakening, at least at this time, and may continue to weaken. A lot of times they do throughout the night, and hopefully that'll continue and we can see some alleviation of any of these watches and warnings that we have right now. Still tornado watch through 1 a.m. And that's pretty much for all of us, for the exception of Cumberland County and Fentress County. They were under the original tornado watch that happened, where none of us outside of that were in, but they are still until 9 o'clock Central Daylight Time, so 10 o'clock here. And the rest of us, have to go through 1 o'clock unless they do expire early, which does often happen. They tend to be a little more liberal in their issuing, and that's good to be safe. You can always subtract it. It's kind of hard to add it when it's already happening, right? So it's better that they end up killing it early if they do. I'm not saying they're going to. There's also a flash flood watch in effect, and includes all that same red area, and I'll take that off so you can see it, but it's pretty much the same area, and then some, because you see some of the greens showing up through there. But there is still a flash flood watch going to be through 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, and includes all of us but the counties that are back toward the mountains. So it seems like it has increased a little bit. It includes some of Blount County now. It doesn't include the mountains. Sevier County is not included, and then northeast counties are not included either. Doesn't mean you're not going to have any small scale localized flooding. It just means it's not going to be prevalent. We also have a high wind warning through Sunday morning at 8 a.m. for all the highest elevations, and that's due to the concern of gusty winds have already been clocked at 85 miles per hour. Wow, that's some pretty good wind. Now, if you want any good news here, severe risk, believe it or not, and it hasn't really changed for us, but the other field, the red field, kind of dropped southward. So the main threat of severe weather now is further south. I showed you a lot of those tornado warnings were issued into Alabama.
Yeah, they even removed the extreme. I mean, just, you know, there's a little glimmer of hope. Mike, you showed the lightning product. That's one of the best indicators of maybe a little bit of a weakening trend when you don't have as much lightning convection. Yeah, and the marginal risk for red that was in place for our southern plateaus, southern valley areas, that got removed. And there's still a significant risk, as you're showing right there, Mike, from Atlanta to Montgomery, you know, Birmingham, and down toward the Florida panhandle. But we did have an extreme risk there, so we're still looking at that threat. But you know, when you showed that lightning, I hope that's a continued trend. That's usually that first phase of indicator that right there. Thank you, Mike. This is just looking at lightning, and a lot of times, yeah, you can see where's the most energy in the atmosphere. So as Mike was just talking about, exactly, look at that. And let's see, that's over the last hour. So just in the last hour, we've seen a decrease. Now, look back at Nashville, though. We've talked about, we've still got to see what's in Nashville come our ways. There's still the instability back here, so we're probably at least looking at still the possibility of thunderstorms. Hopefully they'll be somewhat less in intensity when they get here, but it's the convection, the lightning that can deposit not only and give us the strong winds, but the heavy rainfall. So that's still a clue that this system, even on the back end, that's kind of a clue of this system, that it still wants to bring a punch, even though that's the final line. Look at that on the back edge as far as this main system, but also, again, at least a little bit of a slow weakening. And yeah, Mike, as you reported, and Cassie Nall, thank you for that update. And folks, what you don't know is happening behind the scenes is Cassie Nall and Rebecca Sweet are just feeding constant information, updating social, doing so much work behind the scenes. So ladies, thank you very much. And so that's what we're looking at as far as that goes. Do want to mention, got a report of hail, a lot of hail that occurred in Clinton. It looks like it was about dime to nickel size. I'm trying to get a confirmation from Don. And thank you, Don. Just sent me that. About dime size. Thank you, Don. In Clinton. And he also works at Channel 10, so got a connection there. But thank you, Don. Dime size hail in Clinton. And yeah, that was a lot of it was on the ground. So that's kind of the nature of what we've been seeing. Let's see, is that that's still that tornado warning that's lingering? It's until 9:30, I think, isn't it, Mike? So that's the one leftover tornado warning. Yeah, till 9:30 for Bledsoe and Ray County. And so just west of Dayton still could have some impactful damage and wind gusts possible. And there's the other separate kind of tagging along with that around it and to the south. Severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible also for Bledsoe and for Ray County. So one coming up in about 6 minutes, almost 5 minutes from right now, we'll hopefully see that one expire. And then for the most part, we're seeing some very strong storms with heavy rates of rainfall. And as we approach the 9:30 hour on this Saturday evening, I certainly hope you're having a good, safe day and evening. It's been quite the day. Yeah, we started off with some soaking rain, some thunderstorms that came right up to about Knoxville. Eastern areas, you haven't seen much yet. And so your rain and storms in general, and probably that heavy rainfall, are going to be coming later on tonight. But yeah, Mike showed you that dividing line with the rainfall estimates, and even it's also confirmed with the alerts that we were shown with the flood watches. You know, pretty much a dividing line. It is slowly moving to the east, so down toward Tellico Plains, and you're seeing some heavier showers and thunderstorms now coming up into Monroe County. Starting to see the waves of moisture. Now, there's very high winds. Mike showed you those wind gusts a moment ago, and Jim Renfro with the National Park Service confirmed an 86-mile-per-hour peak wind gust at Cove Mountain in Sevier County near Wares Valley. 86-mile-per-hour peak wind gust. Also, at the Sturkey Lodge, and near the United Methodist Church and Round Mountain in Cott County reported a 60-mile-per-hour gust. So while you haven't seen the rain, you have seen the winds. And Mike showed that high wind warning. Yeah, that's in place until 8 a.m. Sunday morning. So you've had the strong winds. The really good news, green, moisture. Again, we're going to still see the rain, and for a lot of mountain areas, again, sometimes we got to take the bad with the good. There may be some flooding coming, but a lot of folks who've been dealing with the fire danger, and that's in the drought. Mike showed you the drought conditions. Yeah, a lot of folks say, let it rain, and just maybe not too much all at once, right? But we are seeing the flooding, unfortunately. That is the immediate concern tonight into the early morning hours where we had that flood watch until 8 a.m. So we still have some of these impactful storms. Thankfully, the overall intensity of the storms with the lightning tracker that we showed a moment ago is dying down. Still looking at some heavier rains, though, and some embedded high winds. Now, here's the other point. Even if we don't see as many of the thunderstorms, just keep in mind strong winds way above our head. And the upper levels are flying over the top of these storms and cells and these showers. So we could still see very strong winds embedded within these heavier rain showers. So even if we don't have a lot of severe storms necessarily, we could still see impactful high winds that could produce some downed trees and power outages possible. Hopefully not. And I tell you what, so far, so good, you know, in terms of that tornado that was confirmed that went over the Oak Ridge area coming out of Loudon. And again, as of now, no reports of any major damage through Anderson County. And we did have hail reports, and certainly I'm sure there's a lot of debris and limbs, et cetera, but as far as power outages and major damage, have not gotten any of that in parts of Anderson County as of now. So hopefully that good news trend continues elsewhere. And if you have any news, weather reports that you can pass on to us and safely give us any weather reports, news tips at WBIR.com. We appreciate you sending that to us. And of course, you can go over on our social media pages. By the way, speaking of our WBR Facebook page, there is a video there of a wall cloud with a likely tornado in the Sweetwater area. So if you want to check that out, I was looking at that a moment ago. Again, thanks to Cassie Nall and Rebecca Sweet and everybody in the back in the newsroom who's been relaying this. Annie Carr, thank you for that. Here's another picture from a lady who cuts my hair that's up in Clinton. Thank you, Roberta, of hail that's covering, looks like the patio, looks like about dime-sized hail. Thank you, Roberta, for that text just came in a few minutes ago. All right, there's a look. Sorry, Mike, you're showing wind gusts. I'll let you pick it up there with what's transpiring from, I guess, if you want to rewind that tonight and in the coming days. We still got some high winds tonight, and even during the day tomorrow, it's still going to be pretty breezy.
Oh yeah, look at some of those wind gusts that are showing up even tonight. 50-mile-an-hour winds possible, gusting Rockwood, Wartburg, Springseed. A lot of that's because of the thunderstorms that are coming in. But we're still going to have a high wind event into the Smokies, and that's why wind gusts are going to get in the order that they have been. We've had wind gusts up to 80, 85 miles per hour already in some of those highest places. And even tomorrow, once everything moves a little bit onward, the wind's going to pick up, and area-wide, we have wind gusts 25 to 35 miles per hour, maybe as much as 40 before coming down tomorrow evening. So it is going to be somewhat of a breezy, if not windy day tomorrow. And temperatures, well, they're going to come down. So is our humidity eventually. We're going to notice that the humidity is going to be dropping, especially once we get some dry air punching in after all this is moved on. And temperatures are going to fall for a brief amount of time. We're not talking about a huge amount of time that we're going to notice a difference. But it will get better tomorrow, although we still have a possibility for a few pop-up showers or thunderstorms, pop-up ones, in the afternoon and the early evening. So let's go back to what we're looking at to see. It's going to expire. Both of these will expire here in a minute or less if they, I guess they haven't expired them yet. And that's the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning. And if you notice, yep, they've expired. But we still have some of these thunderstorms. I mean, look at that. Look at the hook that's trying to happen. It shows you there's a spin up perhaps in this particular storm. I'm not saying it is, but it's just classic to see that. I didn't mean to take off the radar. Let's take off the watch because we don't want it. There you go. I mean, look at both those two cells. Classic looking thunderstorms with the notch. And I don't know if they're really going to show, they do show some velocity that's going on too, I guess. So even though we're out of the woods with the warnings being gone now, it doesn't mean we're out of the event, because there's still a lot of turbulence and a lot of instability in the atmosphere that we're going to have to watch and be careful with throughout the night. If you look, there has been some return there, but again, not a lot. It's just showing you how unstable the atmosphere is and how the possibility is there. That looks a little better. This is, I'm at a High Top, Alabama now, and it shows a little bit better. I know it's out of our area, but it's showing you how it can still be in the southern counties, which means McMinn is still a possibility, Monroe too, Meigs maybe even Loudoun and Blount counties on the extreme northern part of the instability that we're seeing at the moment. So the big radar is showing heavy rain elsewhere all the way back into Nashville with some more thunderstorms. Hardly any lightning though. You can see the instability, the energy is focused more southward at the moment. And that's why we still have some lightning being showing up there on the line of North Carolina and also Monroe counties.
Yeah, speaking of Monroe County, Mike, do you mind going down? I mean, just seeing that popping up. Look at it coming out of the Cherokee National Forest. Go down to Monroe County, Tellico Plains. Yeah, look, and when you, sometimes, again, it's good to widen out and look at the radar loop, because you can see each of the individual red blobs, and you can just see these are driven by the high winds aloft. All these strong red blobs, which you see, and some of these severe storms, they're driven by the high winds aloft that have been tapped into because of the vertical development with these storms and cells, and they're coming down the surface, and they're rotating in a counterclockwise fashion. So right here, if we look at this storm that's coming out of Polk County, Turtletown, Ducktown, Highway 68, and of course Highway 68 goes right up Tellico Plains to Madisonville, and then crosses over, of course, eventually in 411, and and over toward Von Orr and Greenback, etc. But here's what we're seeing. This is on the Polk County and McMinn, Monroe County line. So if you will, maybe zoom on in, we'll show Tellico Plains. But heads up, this is an intensifying storm, and there's Tellico Plains right here. So it looks like it's increasing, not severe right now, but it's moving into your area. So Tellico Plains and other parts of southern Monroe County, heads up, this is a strengthening storm, and so we'll continue to keep you updated on that. The other wider view that you were showing a moment ago, Mike, with that Ray County and also north of Chattanooga, yeah, there's still a few of those circulations. And in the Southern Valley area, the Southern Plateau, as was before and still is, this is still the greatest risk area if we're going to see any severe storms. And we've had a few tornado warnings earlier. That's still the area. Thankfully, overall, the severe threat seems like it's starting to lessen a bit. And, you know, and said that, we still have several cells that we're continuing to track, but that's what we're looking at as far as the one, again, in Tellico Plains. That's the one that looks like it's picking up in just a little bit and may be on the strong side. We'll keep you updated on that as far as the potential damage and wind potential. Elsewhere, we're seeing some very heavy rain. All right, now here's the plan right now. We're going to continue streaming as far as our weather coverage, and overall, the intensity of storms looks like they're coming down a little bit, which is good news. We still have the tornado watch in place, which means the conditions are still favorable in some areas for possible severe weather, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We have the flood watch that will continue, and obviously we're going to keep you updated on that, and we'll certainly, we're going to be streaming live with our weather coverage, continue that. We will be taking a break. We're going to have full newscast coverage on Fox 43 at 10 o'clock, and of course at 11 o'clock on Channel 10, we're going to have full updates. Now, having said that, if any one of these storms intensifies just like that, we'll see you back on Channel 10 as well with more full coverage. But we want to give everyone a break for right now. It looks like the overall intensity is down a little bit. Gives us a moment to take a break. We'll reset. We're going to continue streaming coverage. You can keep it right here for online streaming. And again, Mike Simon's going to have your full update coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll all be here through the night, continuing to keep you updated with the storms. But we'll take a break right now on Channel 10. We'll continue our live streaming coverage. And again, if any storms warrant, we'll be certainly back not only online but on air and bring you the very latest. In the meantime, have a good, safe night for our Channel 10 viewers. We'll keep you updated. And again, don't get out and drive in this messy weather if you can. Avoid that tonight. And we'll see you back at 10 and 11 otherwise for full news, sports, and weather updates. Have a good night.
Rain, hail, and high winds have rolled through. In just a few minutes, what your neighborhood looks like tonight.
Well, the heavy rain in some cases continues this evening, and we also have some flood warnings. I'll show you those and what we can expect for the rest of the night. It's on the way.
And Tennessee basketball is moving on in the SEC tournament. At 10:21, a recap of the win, plus what we can expect from the championship game tomorrow.
Live from Knoxville, you're watching Fox 43 News at 10.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for watching Fox 43 News at 10. I'm Shay Smith. Right now, we are tracking the latest weather conditions across East Tennessee. We want to take you to multiple counties. First, McMinn County. Take a look at this video sent in to us. You can see those huge clouds, just that wall cloud right there. Just absolutely impressive video. Now, other parts of the area got a lot of hail, as you can see from Jeremy. His entire back porch has covered with hail. Now let's go to some, and that was from Clinton. Now this is some photos from Sweetwater, and in just a second you're going to see a big wall cloud and what looks to be a funnel cloud right there. Again, another impressive sight right there across East Tennessee. And let's take a look at some of this video as well. You now see the lightning that is coming in with these storms and those big clouds. Thank you all so much for sending all of these in. And let's go to, that is, I'm being told by our director, so that is in Loudoun County tonight. That was in Loudoun County. And let's go into Anderson County, and we're told that in Anderson County, this was a view from Powell. I think we're still working on getting you all that video, and here we go. This is a lightning video. There you go. Right there, folks. Just look at it. Just whenever the lightning hits, it just lights up the entire night sky. Well, now let's take a look at some of the radar. We are tracking high winds and heavy rain throughout East Tennessee still, and even some tornado warnings and watches. This is a live look at the radar. You can see that headed our way. Our meteorologist Mike Simon joining us now. Mike, these storms will stick with us overnight into the morning.
Yes, we are going to continue to have some rain pull through East Tennessee, and maybe even a few thunderstorms too, although right now I'm not picking up too much in the way of lightning outside of what's down south in Monroe County, although there are still thunderstorms back over the central part of the state that's going to be driving toward us too. Here's your radar showing you a huge field of rain. It continued to flow northward out of the Gulf because of all the moisture that's in place. We do have a few thunderstorms, you notice, back toward Nashville still, but much of that energy is transferring southward. So even though you could hear a little bit of a rumble or two tonight, it'll be primarily rain from this point on, it seems, and you could still get some heavier downpours too. We do have a couple of flash flood warnings. There's one for Hamilton, Marion, Meigs, Ray, and that's radar indicated due to the amount of rain they received in those counties. Also the same thing for flash flood warning for Anderson, Loudoun, McMinn, Meigs, and Roane County, and that's due to 2 to 3 inches, maybe even 4 inches of rain in some spots. Tornado watch continues. We'll have to wait and see if they expired. The watch expired for the Cumberland Plateau, so you're no longer under tornado watch. There is a flood watch, though, that includes all of the red and the green through tonight. There is a high wind warning, 80-85 mile an hour wind possible through 8 o'clock in the morning. And there's also a red flag warning for the high elevations. Wind advisory for everyone else. Current temperatures have fallen down to 60s for many who've gotten the rain. Where the rain has yet to reach you, you're still in the 70s, but the rain is on the way. So tonight, more showers, few thunderstorms possible through the early morning hours, but should be tapering off. Tomorrow, we're still going to have a spotty shower or thunderstorm possible, and I'll show you why on the back side of this with Futurecast coming up, but we should have some sunshine peek back through the clouds tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon. Your full forecast is on the way in just a few more minutes, Shay.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike. Well, let's take a look at the current power outages here in East Tennessee. You can see just a couple of outages right there, some in Roane County, some in Fentress County. Most of them are in Fentress County. It looked to be about 1,000. In some of the other counties, we're just seeing between maybe a handful of people, but up to a couple of hundred people. Now, if you are in Monroe County and are in need of a safe place to go if the weather gets dangerous, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office has opened the Justice Center as a storm shelter. Emergency services in the county are asking for other shelters, though. If you are aware of a church that will be open their basement as an option, call the non-emergency dispatch number, and that is right there on your screen. Well, surrounding states also dealing with severe storms today. In Missouri, storms rolled through with wind speeds of around 90 miles per hour. Buildings and trees were blown over, roofs ripped off, and a communications tower was also toppled over. Residents have now started cleaning up in Webster and other surrounding counties. Well, a Hartford staple is back open after months after catastrophic flooding from Hurricane Helene. The owner was worried no one was showing up this morning, but dozens of people visited the Bean Sprout coffee shop for a drink, snack, or just to show their support. Reporter Lauren Lovett revisited the shop and talked with the owner and customers about how the reopening inspires hope in Hartford.
A coffee shop, the Bean Sprout, finally back open almost 6 months after Helene.
Hi.
Howdy, howdy. May I just get a cup of coffee, please?
Yes. We bought a new espresso machine, and it's got its share of problems, so we were unable to use that, so we had to bring one from the house. Refrigerator from my home because we still can't afford to buy a refrigeration unit, so everything is starting off small, slow.
Reopening hasn't been easy, owner Michelle Cuellar says. For a while, she was left hopeless, feeling forgotten. Then she redirected her focus to helping people who lost their homes during the flood.
For 2.5 months, that's what I did, was help these people find resources and got them in a better living situation. But through that, people were coming from left field trying to support me because they knew I'd lost everything. It's just been a beautiful full circle.
After gaining more support and some added motivation with I-40 reopening to North Carolina, Cuellar reopened Saturday morning.
I'm glad you guys stopped in.
We are too.
It breathed life into me. When I saw it was open today, I said yes. It encourages them, it does, and causes them to feel like, okay, we're coming back, we're mountain strong.
I drove hour round trip just to grab a coffee this morning because they mean a lot to me.
Customers from Hartford and from across Scott County say the Bean Sprout gives the community hope for the future.
It'll be a brand new day and a brand new Hartford.
And Cuellar says she's hopeful that this is the start to a really good year.
I was able to put a couple of people back to work today, and so they're making money and we're making money, and it was quite overwhelming to see how many people did show up just to support us.
Now, she says reopening the Bean Sprout will allow her to focus her funds into rebuilding her restaurant and the Bean Trees Cafe that's right next door. She says there's still a lot of work to be done, and volunteers with a nonprofit will be working on the cafe later this month. Well, Tennessee men's basketball has an opponent for the SEC championship. Emily Ray Cochran is in Nashville to give us the update on who the Vols will play tomorrow.
After a semifinal victory over top-seeded Auburn, Tennessee basketball is all set to compete for an SEC championship. The Vols will officially be playing Florida, and before the Gators demolished Alabama 104-82 in that other semifinal game, Tennessee players were saying it doesn't really matter who we play in this game.
We played both. We've beaten both. Both are really good teams. I really don't have a preference. I think, I love playing against Alabama. Obviously, it's a rival, but Florida's a rival too. So honestly, I'm good with either one.
But Florida's clearly a very scary team, and the Vols definitely don't forget what the Gators did to them back in January with that 30-point loss. Of course, Tennessee got some revenge later in SEC play with a 20-point win over Todd Golden's squad, so it really could go either way on Sunday. But this championship matchup could determine who will be a 1 seed come March Madness. Head coach Rick Barnes saying there's really nothing they can do but wait.
Well, I don't think they're listening. I think they're sequestered somewhere. Again, I think that we will let our body of work speak for it. Again, I look at our league, and And I'll say it, I'll be disappointed if we don't have 14 teams in the NCAA tournament.
Even the players know it's out of their hands at this point. They make sure it doesn't get brought up in the locker room often.
We can't think about something we don't have control over. Like, if they give us the #1 seed, great. You know, we make history and everything. If they don't, okay, let's do it. It doesn't matter who we're going to play. At the end of the day, we're going to play high-level games in the first and second round, and then we're going to have to battle every single day just like we do in the SEC every night.
If Tennessee is granted that #1 seed, it'll be the first in program history. The SEC championship game is set to tip off at 1 p.m. and then later that night, Selection Sunday will be happening at 6 p.m. So we'll have a lot more answers come the next few hours. Reporting from Bridgestone Arena, I'm Emily Ray Cochran. I'll send things back to you.
Made it 75 degrees today, adding the fuel to the fire for these strong to severe thunderstorms to roll through. Most of that is gone, but we still have some threat, especially for flooding. I'll have your full forecast coming up.
Welcome back. Let's send things right over to our meteorologist, Mike Simon, joining us now. Mike, it has been a very busy evening for you and Todd.
It has been very active for all of us, actually. We've had also the other two at home, and they were running around and taking care of finding out information for us and reposting and answering questions. And we appreciate the entire weather team for doing all that. We still have some rain that's going to be with us tonight, some flooding that is possible. Still a risk of severe weather, although that risk is waning fast now as we go through the rest of the night. Doesn't mean we're not going to have any thunder, though. 69 degrees, the current temperature. We do have some rain around. 56 is our dew point. You can see it's wet downtown and also wet in Market Square. And we have a couple of people out, but not too many. 56 is our dew point, very high. It feels like it should. Look at the wind gusts, 30 miles an hour. We're going to have wind gusts in order of 30 to maybe 40 to 45 miles an hour through tomorrow. And that's exclusive of the mountains, which are going to be higher. And wind gusts there could be even greater, maybe up to 70, 80 miles an hour. We have had winds clocked like that here recently. Here's our recent radar. Now, we had a lot of rain come in, a lot of thunderstorms too. All of these ended up getting some potential in severity. Some had rotation, some had a possibility for some large hail, and we did get a lot of hail right around Oak Ridge, believe it or not, and of course gusty winds in excess of 60 miles an hour possible. Storm reports show hail that we reported in a couple of spots. 1 inch hail ended up being right around, it looks like back toward Maynardsville, northward, where we had also some hail and also some trees down in Wartburg, just a few of those. We had some damage though, trees down, perhaps some damage at some buildings in Jamestown due to wind gusts. We had severe weather all around really. And then we had trees down in Neoda. And in Oak Ridge, lots of hail. We had several people show us some hail, the largest being about 1 inch. So tornado watch continues, although there's no tornado watch back over the Cumberland Plateau. The rest of us still under that watch. Flood watch through 8 a.m. for all of us, including the red zone. We have a high wind warning for the upper level elevations of the mountains, also a fire weather warning through 11 o'clock. It's almost expired. And then an advisory for wind for the rest of us because the wind could be gusty up to 40 miles an hour or so. Here we're noticing a lot of rain, huge field of it. Even though the main threat of severe weather has really moved on, there are more thunderstorms back to the west. So we're going to get a lot of rain and then perhaps some thunder early in the morning. But look at the south. That's where the focus has been of the most violent weather. Observed rainfall. This field, 3 to 5 inches of rain. I know you haven't gotten in the mountains yet, but it's coming. There is a flash flood warning, in effect, not only for these counties, but also for these counties. So this is lasting through 1 a.m. in the morning, 12 a.m. Eastern time also for the other counties. Don't have time to go through them all, but you can see who's involved. A lot of flash flooding going on in those areas that have been receiving just an inundation of rain. That's where we need it, though, in this area, and that's where the potential for flooding is going to be significant. The rest of us, we have a potential for more flooding elevated throughout the night. So potential impacts, power outages, we had those. Some downed trees, we've had that. Localized flooding, we certainly had that. Even had an isolated tornado, one of them that's verified, and up to 1/4 inch hail. We also had that too. So here's Futurecast showing you all the rain moving on. But in the morning, watch this. Those thunderstorms that Todd Howell also was pointing out earlier back west of Nashville. It's going to come through in the morning. And then we'll have a break with the possibility of more spotty showers later on in the afternoon, evening before we finally get the call an end, hopefully mostly to all of this. So rain and wind, some thunder tonight, and then tomorrow spotty showers and storms, high of 69. It's going to be windy too. And thereafter, at least on St. Patrick's Day, it's going to be clearing up. We'll have sunshine, but cooler temperatures for a day. In the morning of Tuesday, down to freezing. And then thereafter, it gets breezy again with a chance of rain going into spring.
All right. Thanks so much, Mike.
You're welcome.
Well, today, the family of a 9-month-old with a rare liver disease held a fundraiser to help with medical costs. Fox 43 reporter Emily Crabtree spoke with the family and has their reaction to the support.
Thank you so much. We definitely appreciate it.
God bless your heart. People from the Claxton community came out to a yard sale to support baby Sylvia Green. Sylvia had to have a liver transplant earlier this month due to a rare liver disease.
She's doing great. She's saying mama.
Was that the first time she had said it?
Yes.
Wow.
And she even clapped for herself.
Even though the rain moved the yard sale indoors, the family tells me there was still a pretty good turnout.
Well, I said we'd have it rain or shine, and it's raining, but we're still here.
Toys, books, clothes, and more were all up for sale. Some people were at the yard sale as early as 6:30 in the morning.
Even before we started at 8 o'clock, they were here, waiting for us to set up to get the first grab of whatever they wanted.
People who showed up today were so excited to help out Sylvia and her family.
But all of these proceeds that we are raising here today go strictly to her.
The money raised will help with any transplant-related costs Sylvia should have for the rest of her life. In addition to the yard sale this morning, the family also planned a spaghetti dinner and a silent auction to help raise funds. They say they're overwhelmed at how much support the community has shown for their little girl.
Grateful for everybody's what they've done so far for her.
Still to come, Tennessee basketball is moving on in the SEC tournament. In just 3 minutes, a recap of that big win.
Tournament semifinal matchup 70-65. This one was a back and forth affair. The Vols trailed by 1 at the break, but Zakai Ziegler did it all for Tennessee. 20 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, and made all 9 of his free throws. The Vols' biggest lead was 12, but Auburn just wouldn't go away. A tight game down the stretch, but this one came down to free throws. Tennessee made 25 of 27 from the charity stripe, and it was Jemai Meshack icing the game that would send the Vols to their first SEC tournament championship since 2022.
I think we know how good we are. We just had to put it all together. When our offense and our defense is clicking, I don't think there's anybody in the country that can stop us. We're always going to keep ourselves in the game just because of our defense and our rebounding and our toughness. We'll always have a chance of winning a game. But when our offense is on like it was today, it makes it tough for the opposing team.
Playing a championship game in Nashville for the SEC tournament tomorrow, and our senior year is just something, we have to cherish, and we're going to go out there and play hard, and, we still have one more game to do and one more win to get.
Tennessee wouldn't even be playing in an SEC championship if it weren't for senior Zakai Ziegler. The 2-time SEC Defensive Player of the Year does it all for the Orange and White. Ziegler wasn't highly recruited coming out of high school, but he says coming to Tennessee changed his life forever.
Well, I really don't know where I'll be. I was thinking about quitting basketball around that time. I'm just thankful and blessed that I was given this opportunity, and the Lord has brought me a long way.
It makes me want to cry because he is. I've said before, I can't even imagine life without him because of. And if you could have been in the huddle with us today, you'd understand why. Because he was outstanding. I mean, when we blew the lead, and again, I don't want to say blow it because they had a lot to do with it, but we did have 2 self-inflicted turnovers, and the way he just kept everybody calm and locked in, I thought was why he is Zakai Ziegler. But again, he's been a great blessing for me, and I just thank God for bringing our lives together.
Tennessee and Florida will play for all the marbles on Sunday afternoon. The Vols and the Gators have split the series this season. Tennessee lost in the Swamp by 30, but won in Knoxville by 20. No doubt should be a good game here inside Bridgestone Arena. Tip-off set for 1 o'clock. Reporting in Nashville, I'm Camille Gear.